What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? I gotta start right off and say it. I mentioned it the last couple of days. I am not a fan of subscriber-only chat. I think, I'm grateful for every viewer that comes here and watches the stream, whether you're subscribed or not. However, the bot problem is real on YouTube. I looked through yesterday's live stream moderation page, and I banned over 70 bot accounts yesterday. 70 in one live stream. I don't want to deal with all that. So I do apologize, but today we are going to be subscriber only, and we'll see if they can get through that hurdle. So anyway, y'all, I got myself the keep win yesterday. It was actually my next run after I was finished live streaming. Now, I did get it recorded, but I had planned on just losing 10 times in a row, so I didn't bother commentating it. I just hit recorded and played, and I got a win. So that video will be up tomorrow of my first win. I've changed the build since then. That was the first time build, and now, of course, I've got some Arcanist gear, which completely changes things. My goal today is to get myself to a position where I can start beating these Lichen King bonus waves. Some of them I'm just getting face rolled on the bonus wave, like the summit. I got a weapon from the keep now. It's not a god roll. It's not even a good roll. But it's a usable roll, and it's the highest DPS weapon I have now. However, I got one bad problem, and that this weapon is pinpoint accuracy, which is awesome. And it pierces, which is awesome. But I've got a really big problem, and that is there is no aim assist that can make up for my shitty aim with a controller. So I think what I need to do is get a better version of that shotgun from the keep, which of course is going to require Lichen King bonus waves. The build that I normally use, like on PC, requires blossoms, the beaming blossom, and I don't have them yet. So this is one of the maps that I just have really regretted doing. This is a map that I really, not to be that guy, but I just hope this map never returns in another Dungeon Defenders game. We played it in DD1, then we played it in DDE, and in fact in DDE it was the grind spot. It was at one point it was the best place to farm gear. Then we played it in DD2, now we're playing it in DDA. I'm done with this map. So, I mean, there's gear I've got to get from this map though. So I've got to do it, but I've been regretting doing it. I finally just said to hell with it. This one and then lava mines I've got to do too for the other piece. The blossoms, of course, require a militia set, and the militia set is one of the drops is from this map, one of the drops is from lava mines. So got to knock them out, right? The Wave 23 starts aren't that bad. It's just, it's so miserable running this map from the beginning. So this run has actually been going for, I think, probably a couple of hours, because I've had a lot of downtime where I was just AFK and wasn't here to start the wave or anything. Anyway, how's everybody's day going? Behemoth, Critical, Richard, what up, what up? Welcome, y'all, welcome. I'm going to be putting out a poll here in a few days. I've got, today, Saturday, and Sunday. And this whole Juicy May thing is done. So, I got to make some decisions on live streaming. And I'm going to rely heavily on you all's opinions there. So, I'm going to be putting out a video probably Sunday or Monday. And then we'll put a poll up, probably over the weekend, to get your opinions. I'll put it on my YouTube community page. But basically, I stream on YouTube, I stream on Twitch. I've done both back and forth consistently. YouTube, I feel, has higher video quality. Twitch has a way better chat system. So it's a tough call, you know, as far as what to do. Now, I've dedicated this month, of course, to streaming right here on YouTube. But gonna want y'all's opinions. Stupid Ramparts map. Ugh. Only 4 more waves. This bottom setup, I put 2 sludge launchers and 2 wisps down here. And there is just no chance anything's going to survive that lane. The sludge launchers are just so powerful. And my set is not fantastic. It's a starter fusion set. What's up, Zorkoi? How you doing? This map, of course, drops a genie pet as well. So, you know, I will want a genie to tool around with. So, I mean, I've got reasons to do the map. I'm just anxious to get over the hump. I'm hoping this is a Lichen King bonus wave here, but regardless, I'll have the wave 23 unlocked. Nasty rainy day today. Nagiri, what's up? How you doing? It is pretty crappy here today, too. It's not bad, but it's windy and, like, there's intermittent light rain. So, you know, definitely not a day to hang out outside. That and the temperature dropped, and I'm digging it, man. My mother-in-law hates it because she's used to Mexico. And, you know, she lived in Cabo for the last 25 years, so she's, like, freezing all the time. But man, I love it. I would take too cold over too hot any day of the week. Oh no. Let me just jump down in this hole real quick. But yeah, it's been really cool so far, and I'm hoping that doesn't mean some massive summer heat wave is incoming, but it's like 15 to 20 degrees Fahrenheit cooler than it was every day last year. But granted, last year we had a miserable hot summer. So, yeah. I'm digging it. It's so funny. I walked out. I took Pepper out in the backyard earlier to do her business, you know. And I'm out there in shorts and a t-shirt, and my mother-in-law walks out and she's wearing a winter coat. So funny. Oh, nice, Nagiri. Awesome. I've got about probably about 8 keep wins under my belt now, but I still haven't done all of the maps. I mean, I skipped maps I didn't feel like I needed to target. I do have a little bit more diversity now, though. I've got some fusion spike blockades now. Having access to the keep and getting that Arcanist gear is so huge. It eliminates so much grind time. Because you don't have to grind that ancient helmet, you know? Or that ancient set of gear. I don't think many people have. The keep builds are mainly spam sludge launchers and blossoms. Now, I don't have blossoms set up yet, but like if you look at the, you know, everybody's got the so-and-so's, blah, 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 keep build. And they're all the same. I mean, it's just slightly different positioning of everything, but it's all the same shit. Spam sludge, spam blossoms, win the game. You know, wisps are super helpful, but the thing with wisps, and I mentioned it yesterday, is they're seriously OP on every map in the game. Like, every single map in the game, they are the way to go. I'm not using blossoms right now either. I'm just saying that's a really, really strong build. Blossoms are technically stronger than wisps, but wisps are just fun and easy. What was I saying? I don't remember. But anyway, like my Lichen King Summit build that I farm on PC requires blossoms. I actually tried it with sludge launchers this morning, and it just could not get the job done. Markimus, what's up? But yeah, wisps are weird like that because they're seriously OP on every map in the game until you get to the keep. When you get to the keep, they're a super nice addition to have. But if you try to rely on wisps only, you better be seriously geared out. You know? Like, I'm talking 13k main stat, 9k substat. You know, you're going to have to be really decked to do wisps only. And going through the entire rest of the game, you end up... I mean, look at me right now. I mean, I'm using sludge launchers down below, but... I mean, I'm all wisps, right? And they're shredding the map. I actually did it on PC when the keep first came out. Remember, wisps were broken. They were compounding their damage done based on the number of kills they had, and it was ridiculous numbers. So, you know, when the keep first came out, the warden came out, and using wisps, it was just a snooze fest. You just blasted through the keep. So I didn't get that true first struggle entering the keep, you know? Oh yeah, you can have 13k main stat. I mean, that's really decked, but you can get there. Hell, we're only a week in now on the PlayStation, and my wisps are already close to 11k now. But my deal with my wisps is I got 11k power, but my substats are not great. So, you know, if you don't have the rate is huge, you know? And, like, everybody's so focused on the cap numbers, ignore the cap of rate. Rate has no cap. Towers have a speed cap, but rate as a stat has no cap, because when you go over the tower speed cap, all of the rate gets converted directly into power. So, rate is unlimited. What's up, Locomotive? How you doing? Dialga, what up, what up? Managed to get to wave 14 on Nightmare Prom Survival on first try. Very nice. More luck than skill as ogres keep getting to the core. Yeah, I mean, Prom is a step up from Ancient Minds, no doubt. And it's more difficult than it used to be. It's still quite doable. There is no number. Every tower is different. But you ignore it. You get rate on every piece of gear if your defense does damage. So every defense that does damage, you want rate on every piece of gear. You're going to go well over the tower's individual cap. However, all of that additional overcap goes directly into power, so you're not losing, you're gaining. So all 4 stats on every single piece of gear that does damage. Tower type defenses, of course, you can get away with not having fortify, but you really want fortify, you know? There's nothing wrong with having healthy towers, right? Yeah, you can get more than 13k. I was using 13k as a generic term. It's 13k and change. I haven't seen anyone hit 14k. But you can get to 13k. You can get over 13k with, like, God rolls. Which, I mean, like I said, I'm at 11k right now with 0 God rolls. I mean, I don't have one optimal piece, you know? It depends, too, on how many of those percent damages you find. Because the percent damages, of course, they're the most powerful passive. But they don't factor into your stats, you know? So you don't see that, but your wisps will effectively do more. So, like, my wisps, I've got pieces that, you know, like, the God roll would be power and percent damage. But, like, on PC, I've got quite a few pieces with rate and percent damage instead, so the power number gets, you know, gets lost a little. where I think I'm still like 12k or whatever, 12.5 or something like that. Yeah, I mean, it's a roll like everything else, you know? You'll get the high rolls and the low rolls. The maximum it could go is 10%, I think, but I don't think anyone has ever gotten it. Or I haven't ever seen it, for sure. What's going on there, Scales? How you doing? I haven't seen anyone actually find a 10% piece, though. That's the God Roll Ultimate Plus Plus from DD1. It's that rare, you know? I'm doing good. Having a little fun. I'm trying to get a Blossom set put together today. I'll show you all what I've been doing on the Keep. But my goal today is to get an Ancient Dragon, or a Lichen King Ancient Dragon kill. So, the summit on Lichen King bonus wave, basically, is my goal today. You guys see me spraying around. I need that shotgun, man. This super accurate sniper crossbow is the better weapon. But if you can't aim, you're going to miss. I need me a shotgun, y'all. Next week, I'm going to do a really big one. I'm going to run some polling and everything, because next week is the last one. Now, obviously, you know, I'll probably have opportunities to do Q&As with Chromatic employees in the future. But as far as this particular month's event, I'm going to put together a very, very fat list. Alright, so there's our militia piece. It's got power, range, and rate. It's got 2 shit passives on it, but that's a starter piece that I could use. So, I mean, that's good. It's junk, but it's a usable starter piece. Alright, so let's see if we can handle this Lichen King bonus wave on this map. And basically, we're just going to have to watch for ogres and respond. Wherever an ogre is, we need to be. I wonder if the copter ogres are going to be okay. Looks like the copter ogres are going to be fine. Where are the ogres? Oh, they're down below. Actually, it looks. I got 2 sludge launchers on the lower lane, so that RNG just gave me a gift. 2 sludge launchers will kill anything in the game on a straight stretch lane like that. There is no enemy it can't handle. We got another one here. 2 of them, actually. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're smashing on stuff. I still got wisps up. I lost 2 wisps. Down below will be fine. I just need to focus these lanes. I think it's fine now because the ogres are gone. Yeah, runes are coming with... well, and they might show up before Episode 2, but I think they're planned for Episode 2. I think the EV needs to have proton beams that slow enemies or the rune that has a chance to freeze, like in DD2. I wouldn't complain, but I think that would be broken OP, like it is in DD2. You know? I mean, DD2 is a very broken game in many regards, and that's one of the things. Oh, you mean in going rogue? I don't think they're gonna. I think they're gonna have to rethink all that. You're not gonna be able to have a defense in going rogue that requires placing 2 nodes. I mean, that would feel just like awful, awful gameplay. So I think they're gonna have to rethink what makes it in. Like maybe a weapon manufacturer will make it in, but it'll be like a 1 node, like a Aura type thing, like a weapon manufacturer, but that's like Aura form, where you just pop down 1 post and it radiates out. I think that would work. Alright, well, we got a Lichen King bonus wave. It was quite scuffed. But let's see if we got any luck on a Lichen King militia boots. Come on, be nice. Don't make me redo this map. Yep. I'm very aware of how to do the rogue stuff. Or you just mean in general? I mean, it shows it right on the screen. Fort Power Raid. Alright, we got a trash piece. So our Wave 25 piece was better. That's junk. That's junk. God, man, getting a genie with no vitality on it is criminal. Rogues don't have traps. They have devices. It's not a trap like you would think. What's going on there, Rebel Jake? Doing well, doing well. Anyway, yeah, scuffed run. Let me try a Wave 23 start real quick and just see how the build holds. Not yet. No, we're still waiting for that update to come, Space Ninja. They got it. There was an update yesterday that it did change Rift mode because it took away Rifted Dark Elf Warriors stealth. But that's not the big update yet, you know. All right. How many spots did I have? I still got plenty of inventory. All right, let's check out a Wave 23 start on this one and see. That was from the beginning. So, of course, going from the beginning, everything's fully upgraded. So it's hard to... You can't judge whether or not that's going to hold as a build. I think for the ogres, I just need to... you know, I didn't get on them very quick that time. All kinds of stuff coming to DDA, Rebel Jake. Exclamation News in chat. We'll get you a link to their forum post they put up about it. Alright, let's see here. Oop, oh, that's not the right button. So down here is easy peasy. A ranged attack build. I mean, you can activate all the devices and everything from ranged, but that's more of a playstyle choice too. I mean, if you would rather play melee, you can play melee, and the spin move on the rogue is extremely powerful. So it's a playstyle choice. I personally prefer to play the rogue full range. I mean, I get up in there and do the spin move, but that's like the only thing I do in melee range at all. But I'm more of a fan of ranged heroes too, so it's, you know, that's my playstyle choice. Alright, I guess we should trap it too, right? I'm going to hold off on putting an aura down here though, since I already put the buff beam down. I don't want to mess with my aura placements up top. Thanks, Big Caesar. I'll show you guys what I did. Well, I mean, I've got the video from the actual first clear. It's very scuffed. I mean, as most first clears are. It's seriously scuffed. But it was a win nonetheless, you know? Having access to that Arcanist gear is so nice. You see me dropping fused and snares and electric arrows on my monk? Oh yeah, that's the hotness. That is indeed the hotness. Love it. I haven't gotten the hang of controller placement. I mean, I can't aim and I can't place towers. It's just a bad combo in a Dungeon Defenders game, right? Jesus. I mean, I'm getting better, I think, but anyone who plays on console regularly still watches me and laughs. It's not a set, it's one item. It's a headpiece. It drops from the Keep Survival Massacre only. Massacre Rifted only. So you have to beat the hardest map in the game to get one. But what it does is it fills every set. So, like, for example, on this Warden, I'm using a guard set. Where a guard set, of course, is going to fuse my second defense, which is my Wisps. But I'm using the Arcanist set, which is going to fill the guard set requirement, so I still get the set bonus for the guard set. But additionally, it's going to give me my first defense as fused. So you can have 2 fused defenses on every hero, basically. Alright, I over-wisped it. I don't think I got gas traps down. What do I need? Let's see. Let's get rid of that. And that. That's 10 wisps, right? That should be more than enough. Actually, I can just go 4 on this. Because I'm going to have a leftover DU anyway. Alright, and I said I didn't want to place the snare down here yet. Actually, you know what? I think I might not even bother. Hey, you know, I'm going to place it. I always place it. Why would I not place it? So I just want to get the snare as close as I can, but that first set of Auras hangs down into this bottom lane, of course, so they're getting a lot of damage in. What's going on there, Hydro? How you doing? And then we want to get gassy here with the last 6. So we can just go there and say right here. Now that leaves me 8,000 left. I feel like I got to prioritize this area. Because down below is just way, way powerhoused. You know? Let's dump a little bit more here. Another couple thousand. There we go. Nice, nice. Grats. Alright, let's see how it holds. I'm going to snooze it out. And make sure the lane's going to hold up. And while I'm doing that, I'm actually going to crack a window open real quick, because it's cooler outside, but damn, it gets hot in this room. Super easy out, too, so it should cool it off really quick. Alright. Think the next Arcanist piece will be chest? I don't know. We know that they're going to rework Rift Mode, and they're going to rework the loot, so Arcanist gear may not even be a thing anymore. Because remember, all this system is all changing in Episode 2. So I don't know what to think. I mean, it's all, sky's the limit on everything. You know, it could literally be anything. We don't know how they're going to change it, but the results of the surveys were people didn't like how Rifted Mode is, and people don't like the fusion sets. So Rifted Mode and loot in Rifted Mode are getting major overhauls, and we have no idea yet what that means. What's up, Jawzilla? Yeah, doing Lichen King bonus waves now. So, I'm there. I just started. I'm basically at the very entry of the end game. So another, say, 200 or 300 hours of farming, and I'll probably be pretty close to caught up with my PC account. Two Zillas. Oh, yeah. Always have to have lots of Zillas, you know? You got to Wave 18 Massacre on Keep? Nice. Well, that's a big step, dude. That's a big, big step. So, congrats. Alright. Hopefully we got enough to get a few decent ups into that other aura. The bad part about where I place those wisps there, I need to just ignore the lower side ogres. Those sludge launchers are going to tear shit up. It don't matter if it's Lichen King bonus wave. This is the most perfect lane in the entire game for sludge launchers. It doesn't get any better. A straight shot lane directly to the spawn. I mean, you literally just cannot find a better map for sludge launchers, or a better lane for sludge launchers. So I am just... See, last time I looked down below, and I didn't see the ogres up top. Oh, that thing is huge. The bow from the keep is the highest damage weapon in the game, without question. If you can hit your targets. So, I mean, that's what I'm using, but since I can't aim, I really... If I found, like, a god tier shotgun from Ancient Dragon, I would not go back. Oops, wrong button. There's something weird with pole arms and swords, Hydro. It's something to do with how the item power of the weapon scales, and they're actually dropping. But as far as the item power of the weapon goes, they're like a lower rarity as far as just in number. So the loot calling system is making those pole arms all disappear, is what's happening. All of Act 4 maps have portals, Space Ninja on Rifted mode, so yeah, that's normal in Act 4. And those portals, if you kill them, they have the chance of dropping fusion gear too, so you want to kill them. Especially when you're just trying to put sets together. It's a known thing, Hydro, so hopefully they'll fix it. The thing is it doesn't... It matters, of course, but it doesn't really matter. Because when you're just progressing, you can use anything. Like, every polearm is the same. And then when you get to end game, you're going to want either the polearm from the keep or the polearm from the summit. And those are guaranteed drops as long as you loot the chest with a monk. So you're always going to get one of those. I still need to get my monk a weapon. I've been focusing on my rogue here. I want to get my squire deck too, because squire... When a squire is dialed in, there's nothing quite like it in the game. But it takes some work and some crazy RNG luck. You have to do the keep 7 million times. But if you do the keep 7 million times, your squire is going to be such a crazy lunatic. You just won't believe it. All right, Dan, take it easy, man. Have a wonderful weekend. You know you're gaming when you have over 1 trillion? I don't think I'm there yet, but I've been spending big time. Yeah, I'm only at almost at half a trill. My PC account, I think, probably has like 15 trillion. And like, I spend gold on just everything because once you get to end game, you'll find just such an abundant amount of gold that you can just carelessly upgrade items. You can dump 20 billion, 30 billion into an item set just to look at the stats, just to throw that set away. And it's all good. It doesn't matter. But you got to get there first, you know? We don't know anything about how the gear will be changed yet. They haven't announced anything. All we know is that Rifted Mode and the loot from Rifted Mode will be getting changes. And that's literally the only thing we know. It was one of the top things in the surveys they posted. She threw your shit at me, lady. Well, I don't know. We don't know yet. So, I mean, people don't like the current system. So it's going to be good compared to it. If people don't like the current system, then it needs a change, right? I got likes and dislikes about the current system. I would rather have fine-tuned heroes instead of so many hybrids, personally. But I'm willing to put the work in, you know, and spend an extra month or whatever playing on getting a hero geared out to have a hero that's really, really dialed in. But that's me, you know. A lot of people aren't going to play the game stupid levels of hours like I do. Or like many do in the community, you know? Alright, bonus wave. So we are going to ignore the low lane. Unusable piece. Unusable junk, I tell ya. Another trash tier giraffe. Wow. Such a shame the rolls are so shitty. 436 upgrades on that one, but look at the trash rolls. Oof. Alright, so we got to kill these ogres. Ignore the ones below. That's what got me last time. It's like copter ogres are going to make it in. Nah, he's going to get wrecked. There will be ogres that pop over on this side, though. Look, the lower lane's still just getting spawn camped. I'm hoping they don't pop on the lane behind me. Throw your shit at me, mister. I just had a discussion about throwing stuff at me to your girl over there. Alright, where are they at? Here comes another copter ogre. Oh wow, we got a copter ogre. That's probably dead. It's a ghost. There should be some regular ground lane ogres spawning here soon. If they went above godly. I don't know if they're going to go above godly, but if they did, there's a few different options. You figure matching the theme of the other game, the other games, you got Supreme gear and then Ultimate gear. I mean, they're not going to get into the pluses, I don't think, like DD1 did, but I could see a tier for Supreme and a tier for Ultimate. I mean, why not, right? Alright, where's these ground ogres? Was that all copter ogres last time? Here come 2 ground ogres below, but look at their health bars. Sludge launcher for the win. This guy's barely made it out of spawn. Okay, where's the ground ogres up here? I know there's going to be some. Where are they at? Well, there's no endless mode now. They're going to look see if endless mode would be realistic. Endless mode is exactly that. It's endless mode. You see how far you can make it, and it gets progressively more and more difficult. All right, so I guess that was copter ogres last time. That dropped up here and came in and smashed my stuff. But with me standing there, ready to deal with them, of course, they didn't get, it didn't happen. Let's see, got a mediocre giraffe. Got a trash genie. Power range rate. That's a usable piece. That's a really good starter piece, actually. 373 ups. I mean, I lose one passive, but only losing one passive is not terrible. We will take that happily. In most games that have endless mode, it's play until the game crashes. The Lichen King bonus wave, not Massacre, not the Keep, but yeah, Massacre Rifted Lichen King bonus waves are the end game. The Keep, just beating the Keep alone is a big chore, but I think most players on PC anyway that have really grinded it out to like maximized stats would agree that just getting your first keep win is the beginning of the true end game. Well, I mean, if they did that and every update they added a difficulty, we'd be in the situation we're in now where updates just wouldn't be here very often because it'll take a long time to add to get that new difficulty on all the maps. You got to remember, with new tiers or new difficulties come new enemies, which means different lane schedules. It's not just a matter of turning the numbers up, It's a lot of adjustment and design and everything else. All right, so let's see what we got there. I can trash that. Trash that. I got a bunch of weapons to trash now. My inventory's starting to fill up with fodder. I really need to go through it at some point and clean it up. But that's a pretty darn good starter pair of boots. I am not going to complain about that at all. Beginning of a nightmare. Yeah, it gets grindy as hell after that. That's for damn sure. I mean, I can't even tell you how many Lichen King bonus waves I've done on PC, and I'm not maxed out on anybody. I'm close. I hope so too, Diago. Maybe you can do a once a month type thing. That's something I'll push for, though. And I'm going to put him on the spot with that, too. I'll wait until I get one of them on a live stream or when we're doing a live Q&A or recording Q&A or whatever. And I'll put him on the spot with that question. I won't send it to him via text. I'll straight up with viewers waiting. Kind of like proposing to your wife in the middle of the stadium, She can't say no. Oh, that's so funny. I don't think Phil's here, or I wouldn't have said it. I probably would have said it anyway. Blown through some mass survival maps, and I see 400 plus upgrade drops. Oh yeah, they're there, man. They're rare. They're the rare loot, the rare find. All right, so you guys pick it. I still need to do. Today, I want to get lava mines done, and I haven't done it yet at all, so I got to do a wave 1 start. Would you all rather see a lava mines, massacre, survival, rifted, Lichen King bonus wave run, or do you want to see the build I've been using on the keep? Oh yeah, that would be awesome. That would be so funny. I had enough good sense. I had enough good sense to propose to my wife in private. That way, if she told me to GTFO, nah. PlayStation runs so good, Andreas. Like, it runs way better on PlayStation right now than it did on PC at launch. All right, so looks like we got a couple of Lava Mines votes. Let's do it. I mean, I'll still show you guys the keep build later. Yeah, man, you got to have enough good sense to propose to your wife in private, for God's sakes. Don't get called out in the middle of a stadium looking like an asshole. Do it at home. That way, if she tells you to GTFO, you can just GTFO. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, how are we going to do this one? I think we'll put like a stack of wisps here with 2 auras. Imagine that, huh? How original. And then we'll go with like maybe a stack of wisps here with 2 sets of auras. I don't know if we got enough DU for all that. I think to start off, let's just go with some wisps. We don't have much. Let's go 2 up here. And then we can go 1 per lane below. Well, that's why I gotta do these maps, Andreas. I gotta get more stuff. That's what I've got right now. You know? You gotta go with what you got. And that's what I got. But that's why I need to get these maps done. I remember doing a blossom build on this one, where that pipe right there, I spammed blossoms across that pipe right there and just let them burn the whole map down. It was so glorious. I can't wait to get blossom squared away again. Yeah, Enraged Aura got changed. It's fairly nice now. It starts big ol' fights now. The challenge is those enemies don't hit each other very hard. So it creates a massive amount of crowd control. But if you don't have something there killing them, it's just it makes the maps run really slow. But it is effective. It's definitely effective. I think we're just going to have to farm up some mana here for a few waves. Well, I mean, it starts big fights. There will be a big pack of enemies sitting there scrapping it out. So I usually use like a trap or an aura. Or a trap and an aura. We don't know yet. That was one of the things I asked him yesterday. They said Xbox will be here quicker than Switch will. But they still don't have it through certification yet. Yeah, it happens. There's Space Ninja. It'll time out eventually. You just go get a drink or something and let it sit. You know, as far as stuck mobs, every 3D action defense game has them. But I think Orcs Must Die handled them the best. Like, if a mob got stuck, like, they had something that would recognize the mob movement or whatever. If it was completely stuck and unable to do anything, it would pop, like, really quick. Like, within 30 seconds. So you didn't have to wait around for stuck mobs. And the mana gathering is so slow here, huh? Alright, let's see what we can do. Let's go, I'll try to build right off of that. I got those wisps facing the wrong way, huh? I'll sell them and rebuild them once I get enough mana to bother. Well, what the hell? Oh, there it is. What's going on there, Goggles? How you doing? I've done so much DD1. I do enjoy the game, and I appreciate that it's such a wonderful game, but I don't really plan on doing any more DD1 series. If Dungeon Defenders games weren't so grindy, I'd revisit the other games all the time. But if they're grinds, you know, I don't want to just grind mindlessly 24/7. And if you play too many grind games, that's what it turns into. You know, I mean, that's literally all your life becomes. I mean, a lot of people are shocked I was even motivated enough to do this PlayStation playthrough to this extent because, oh, I've been grinding, y'all. I've been grinding like a mofo here. Gonna have to reposition the wisps here too. Like here would actually be the best place to put them, I think. The gap here is too far. I could probably get it across here. Let's get one more wave worth of mana, and then I'll sell those wisps and reposition them. Oh, DD1's a great game. There's just the thing is there's a lot of really good games out there that I want to play. That game, Dwarve, is launching soon. That game looks adorable. Core Keeper, I still haven't been able to play. I streamed Core Keeper one day for like 4 hours over on Twitch. And I haven't had time to go back to the game at all. That Planet Crafters game has gotten 2 updates since I played it last. You got Diablo Immortal launching in a few days. You got My Time at Sandrock just launched. I mean, there's so many games that I want to play. And if you dedicate yourself to playing 2 Dungeon Defenders games, you have no time for anything else. That's it. I mean, unless you went super casual, of course. Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. Alright, do we have enough? I think we got enough to at least build this side. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. How close can we get a root, first off? We're gonna have to go with a big buff beam, but that's alright. I still feel like this is the place to put them. I still gotta do up top, too. I don't want to run out. Let's just go 4. Actually, I think I'm going to run out of DU. I think I may have overkilled it. Yeah, it's overkilled. Let's underkill the overkill. That is full on overkilled. Let's do this instead. And that gives me 8 more DU back. I have to throw in some reflex, but that's alright. Man, that's going to give him a big angle to throw through. You know what? I should do it more like this. That would probably give me better overall protection. Because if they throw, they're going to be throwing from over there. You know, they're not going to be throwing from close. Alright, so I think that will get that side. I mean, I could go with a couple of gas traps would be nice. Oh, I already got this side built. I guess I could have overkilled it after all. Well, let's go with a couple of gas traps here. I was thinking I still had a bunch of building to do up there. Pretty sure that's already dead. There, Zilla. That's long, long dead. From what I understand, anyway. Oh, yeah, we're actually super strong up here. We're stronger up here than we were down below. There's that one challenge on Glitterhelm. That's kind of what that challenge is. Goggles, thank you so much. You hate the sharks with a passion? Who doesn't, man? Who doesn't? Sharking are a huge pain in the butt. Yeah, it had towers. It was the... You remember it, Andreas. You just forgot. It was the go-to grind mode when Massacre first started. Before Massacre Survival came out. Remember when it was Massacre campaign only? And we all grinded that Glitterhelm challenge map. I can't remember what the challenge is called. Alright, yeah, I actually got 3 DU left over. Well, I need buff or reflex up here, so I guess I don't really have 3 DU left over. Wow, I built it heavier down. Well, I mean, the other end of the map, I can just chill down there and fight down there, so it's okay that I overkilled this end. Boy, I way overkilled it up top, though. Holy shit, man. No, it's not an assault map. It's the Glitterhelm challenge. It's still in the game. I just can't remember what the challenge is called. DD2 will not be having any crossovers. There is no other company that's gonna cross-market with a old, tired game that has very few players. And it sure as hell wouldn't be Bloons. Bloons owns the market. Yeah, that Terraria crossover happened when there were still thousands of average players in DD2. Now they, like, on a really, really good month, they hit 500. And even back then, with that Terraria crossover, Chromatic got the better, or Trendy got the better end of that deal. Ninja Kiwi, instead of trying to revive DD2, they should make a third-person action defense Bloons game with better systems and would be an overall altogether better game. Don't revive DD2. Make a 3D third-person action defense game. That's what Bloons should do. That would be awesome. There's that mod or whatever. I don't know what it's called, but there's a Bloons like FPS mod or something like that. That would be cool as hell if there was actually an officially licensed one. I'm curious what's going to happen with that Arknights game. Arknights is doing like a 3D third-person game. I'm curious. The information that's out for it now is so non-existent. Like, even the teaser video that they put out for it, they didn't even show the character move. It was just like a still image of a character just standing there. Or maybe it wasn't a still image, but the character didn't move. So you saw literally nothing. You saw, like, in anime-style character looking out over a vista. Monster Fest, yeah, that's the one. No, that's not true. There's lots of them now. The big three are Dungeon Defenders, Orcs Must Die, and Sanctum. Sanctum 3 would be glorious, and that company's got a bunch of money right now because Satisfactory did so well. So they could really make a good one. But the problem is why would you spend a bunch of money on it in such a niche market? Sadly, that is, I think, one of the challenges that a lot of game developers are coming up with. I mean, I love action defense games. It's my favorite genre of game. But let's be honest here. It's a very niche market. There's not a large number of players playing these styles of games, you know? So it's hard to see a company willing to dump $15 million, $20 million into a game that has very little chance of getting that return, you know? When you all win the lottery and you want to hook me up with $15 million, I will put together a development company, hire awesome people, and make a badass third-person tower defense game. But, you know, that's like not even dream stage. It's not reality, is what that is. Yeah, but Bloons has more depth than just about every action defense game out there. It's got way more depth than any Dungeon Defenders game. It's got way more depth than Orcs Must Die. It's got way more depth than Sanctum. So if they could find a way to incorporate that level of strategy into an action defense game, I think it would be awesome. It doesn't matter what your enemies are. It matters what it takes to kill them. You know, I mean, Bloons has already proven it doesn't matter what your enemies are. I think that's well-proven fact now, considering it's been the absolute king of the tower defense market for so many years now. You make a bunch of cute-ass monkeys shooting shit, that will sell. It don't matter if they're just shooting at balloons. On Xbox, I would have to join your game, Goggles. My Xbox account is, I think, maybe capable of doing, like, Act 1 nightmare maps. You know, when Xbox launched, I think I've made it quite clear here on PlayStation, I've been having a lot of fun. When Xbox launched, it didn't feel like it was a lot of fun. It felt like I was just grinding again. And I think part of it is, like, I mean, the game runs so much better on this PlayStation launch. Like, PlayStation having to wait all that time made the game so much better, you know? I mean, this launch is just... The game is just gorgeous compared to Xbox and Switch. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's not fair to compare it to Switch, but you could compare it to Xbox. You'll get very used to them, Hydro, and it'll become kind of a just habit. It's chaotic and stressful at first, but you will, without a doubt, get very, very used to them, and they'll be a non-issue. In fact, towards the end, you'll have builds set up where you just ignore them and let them spawn. But, once again, killing the portals drops, or has the chance of dropping fusion gear, so particularly when you're just breaking in, it is very, very good. It makes the map run smoother if you kill them, plus you get the gear, you know? I mean, it's a small chance, but it is a chance. Right. Portals must die, indeed. I think let's just let it fly. I'll just upgrade as we're going. We're still at easy cheesy lemon squeezy mode here, so if we get pushed at all, it won't be for another 15 waves. The bonus wave will be dependent on where the ogres spawn, I think. All of Rifted gear, fusion gear, is targeted farming, Dialga. So there's no one map that you go and grind. You have to go to various places to put your sets together. There's where everything drops. You can screenshot that. I didn't zoom out, Omni Legend. Just the camera view changed. The camera view will automatically adjust itself. I'm pretty sure there's not a way to zoom out. I got lightning towers set up now, but mine are not very good. They are awesome. It's a shame they're nowhere near DD1 lightning towers, but they are still pretty cool. The answer to lightning towers would be they need to increase the bounce range. Especially now. Rift mode is now an entirely different experience. It's not the same experience you went through, Aramir, or what I went through even earlier this week. Like, Dark Elf Warriors losing their stealth was the challenge for breaking into Rift mode. So with that no longer a thing, Rift mode is way, way easier to break into. So it should be much more approachable for literally every person. It's a huge, huge deal. I mean, that is just the challenge with breaking into Rift mode. You can literally just build the map, do it the same way that you would do it on non-rifted. Those Dark Elves are going to get buffed, because right now they are chumps. I think that's the deal. People hated that the towers wouldn't target them, so they went on and made the change. But there will be something that comes to Dark Elf Warriors to make them fearsome again. I mean, I don't even pay attention to them now. I just let them hit me. I mean, if I see a bunch of them running at me or something, yeah, I'll shoot them, but... I can't imagine, because there's already Dark Elf mages. So I can't imagine they'll give them a ranged attack. I mean, you never know. But I wouldn't guess that that's what it would be. I could see that being a thing. I mean, I know you said that as a joke, but I could completely see that being a thing. Yep. It would combine the Dark Elf Warrior with the DD2 Assassin. The Summoner, the original hero that the Abyss Lord was made from, is the next hero to come to this game. It's going to be called the Outcast, though. It's going to be a rethemed summoner. I mean, the Abyss Lord was a rethemed summoner. It just looked similar. I could see that, Obi-Wan. I could completely see that. I mean, don't tell Phil, but I think that's a pretty realistic... I think that would be a good challenge. Have him teleport to you. What's going on there, Quicksilver? How you doing? Oh, yeah. This is a holiday weekend in the U.S. Well, I mean, you know that will always be a thing, Andreas. Or they could just make them, like, just change them to DD2 Assassins. And make it so they can, where they're a ground mob and a flying mob. I mean, I think any of that's possible. I don't know what they're going to do with it, though. But they're not going to just give us a free kill. Bill is not going to have that. He won't. I don't think he'll watch the VOD. Yeah, it's coming. It's called The Outcast. They've already put out one teaser image of it already, but we don't really know anything about it. I'm assuming it will still be minion-based, like the Summoner was, but it won't have its own minion units. Yeah, that stuff happens in Discord all the time. Just don't ever click any links in Discord, even if it's from somebody you know. Anything that looks even remotely suspect in Discord, it's probably a scam. It's one of the reasons I don't check PMs. I mean, I look at them like once a day and see if I recognize the name. If I don't recognize the name on a direct message on Discord, I never even look at it. I never open it. Because I mean, it's not as bad now. But there was a time where I got like 1,000 spam messages a day. And you'd mix that in with, you know, 1,000 Dungeon Defenders related questions a day. And it became very, very overwhelming. The month that DD2 launched, I was spending like 4 hours every day just answering Discord messages. And finally I was just like, alright, this is not what I want to do with my life. You know? So I stopped. I mean, remember too, the scammers' strategy. They get access to people's accounts and then they spam messages from friends. So even if you get a message from someone that you know and chat with all the time in Discord that's just random and has a link, never ever click the link. You know? I learned that lesson the hard way too with Steam. There was a dude I played Orcs Must Die 2 and then DD2 with on PC and on PlayStation for years. Played with him all the time. And I got a Steam message saying, haha, dude, look at this. And it had a link to an image. and it wasn't a link to an image. It was a hacker, and my Steam account got hacked. And they, Steam was great about it, but they, and my dumbass had my credit card information saved to my Steam wallet, and they charged up like $500 on my credit card within like 60 seconds. Still, like I said, Steam was awesome about it. They completely got it squared away like instantly. No questions. I mean, it looked way too suspect to be real, right? But it was a valuable lesson. I mean, I had sent this dude 100 screenshots over the years, and he had sent me 100 screenshots over the years. So to me, it looked like it was just another screenshot, you know? And then how I found out, you know, he's another video game addict like me. But how I found out was like 2 or 3 minutes after I got the link, he sent me a personal message like on Twitter or something saying, "Don't click any links for me, my Steam account got hacked." And I'm like, oh shit, I just did. And that's when I looked at Steam and saw all these credit card purchases. I'm like, oh my god. So I changed my Steam password real quick and then contacted Steam. And like I said, they were awesome. I mean, they got it resolved the same day. Yeah, he got his account back. You get your account back right away. All you have to do is change the password. And then prove it's you to Steam. But yeah, man, that's the one and only time I did internet scam derpage. Lesson learned. No longer will I ever click that button. They refunded all the purchases right away. So I don't know what happened on the person's end. Like if they managed to get away with keeping the money or whatever, but Steam refunded the purchases to me same day. They were great about it. As much as I complain about Steam, they handled that situation exactly like I hoped. You know, it was completely smooth and painless. So, got to give them credit where credit's due. God, man, I want to get my laser beam squared away. But yeah, like I sent support, I changed my password right away, and then I sent support the message in the same day. All the refunds were all in and processed. So yeah, they did good. They did good. I fell into one on my email. I didn't go far enough because things started looking way too suspect. But, you know, when you're a YouTuber, you have PR companies contact you. You know, hey, would you be interested in playing our game? You know, anytime you see ad or sponsored or this video includes paid promotion, the content creator is getting paid to play that game. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to be a bad game, but it's just the truth. The content creator is getting paid for it. So those opportunities for a smaller YouTuber like myself are pretty few and far between. You know, it's hard to get a company to pay me to play their game. So when those opportunities do happen, you know, I obviously am going to do my best to try to get them. And then sometimes it's like the game is a game that you wanted to play so much anyway, you'll do the sponsored video for practically nothing just to get the game for free. And I've done that too. But anyway, I had an email. This is like 2 weeks ago. I had an email saying, this is so-and-so from so-and-so company. can't remember what game it was. What game was it? It was a game you all would know. Was it does Dead Cells have a big update or DLC or sequel or something upcoming? Maybe it wasn't Dead Cells. Maybe it was Hollow Knight. Anyway, it was a game that I played and enjoyed, and there was like a big DLC or a part 2 to the game coming up. And I get this email saying, hey, we feel like you'd be a good fit for our game. What are your rates? And they asked me what my rates are. So, of course, I highball it and send them a message back, trying to get as much money as I could out of it. And they reply to me saying, that sounds like very fair rates for the number of views that the game will get. It all sounded very, very professional and legit. And then they said, this is like 3 or 4 emails later, they said, in fact, your rates are so good, we'd be willing to give you more money. And I knew instantly that it's a scam. And then the very next email told me to click here to submit your information. And there's no fucking way I'm gonna click there. And no game company would ask you to click there in that situation. With the exception of like really big companies like Blizzard or Activision or EA or, huge major companies, they don't handle that themselves. They go through a PR company, and the PR company contacts you, and it's all automated, and like you submit your offer online and they accept or don't accept. There's no email negotiation back and forth, So something just seemed really suspect with it, and then I finally got the email, click here, and it's like, nope, delete, mark as spam, never heard from him again. But it's tempting, and they know it's tempting because they know that a YouTube channel with, 49,000 subscribers is not getting offers all the time for sponsored games. It's just not a reality, If a developer is going to pay somebody to play their game, they want to pay somebody with 1 million subscribers, not 49,000, So they did good, man. It was a good scam up until they got to that point where they said they were going to offer me more, because that's not real. People don't offer more when a price is already negotiated. I mean, think about it. If you were buying a car, or if you were selling a car, or no, how would I even word it? You would have to be buying the car. Yeah, if you were buying a car and you negotiated with somebody, say $5,000 for this used car, and then you show up on purchase day when you buy the car and you say, you know what, this car looks so good, I'm going to go ahead and give you $8,000. That just doesn't happen. You're going to get the best deal you can, and you're going to take the car and save the money, right? The Amber Heard Johnny Depp trial, I've read the headlines. I've got no interest in watching that. It's a spectacle. I mean, I read the headlines every day with my popcorn out, but that's it. It's the trial of who did the most cocaine and whiskey. There is no victim. They're both guilty, Who had the most cocaine and whiskey? That's the trial of. Yeah, Disney sure as hell ain't gonna pay nobody more than an agreed upon price. Disney didn't become a multi-billion-dollar company for giving money away, They are in the business of collecting. Do I know Midnight from DDA? No. I'm not sure what you mean there, quick. I'm not going to get into a political discussion. Americans are victims to the same thing that just about every other country is that has a voting system. and that is there's never a good candidate. Everybody's a goddamn criminal. So America, the United States, is just like every other country that you can vote for your leader. The choices are always who's the least evil, you know, who will cause the least amount of damage. That's who you vote for. You never vote for somebody and say, hey, you know, this guy's going to change the world. You know, that just doesn't happen. That's about as far as I'll go into the political discussion, though. I'm not a fan. I'm an anarchist. I grew up listening to the Sex Pistols, y'all. Screw the government. Not really. I'm too old for that shit now. I still listen to the Sex Pistols, but I'm too old for running around screaming anarchy. Now it's more like, oh, another dumb move from the government. Well, it doesn't impact me too bad, so, you know, whatever. That's what stage in life I'm at now. Wow, man, for it being a cool day outside, it is getting hot as shit in this room. I'm wondering, does the PlayStation put off a ton of heat? I've got it sitting on a table over in the corner. I'm gonna have to check my controller, too. I don't have my controller plugged in. Well, I mean, that's a whole different story. That doesn't involve people. I mean, I would vote for your cat over most politicians any day, Andreas. That doesn't count. It's really cool here outside today, but for some reason, and I got the window open, and there's a breeze going, but it's blowing the wrong way. It's not coming in. But it is just getting hotter than shit in here today. Oh, I don't really talk to Side at all anymore. I mean, I haven't talked to him in years. Doggos are fine. Doggos are fine. I'm a fan of the doggos as well, Andreas. So, you know, we'll vote for Pooch. Pepper, man. My little Bernese. She getting so big. She's still a baby. She's only 6 months old, but she weighs like 80 pounds now. Nah, I haven't talked to him in years. She weighs like 80 pounds now, but she's still got that little puppy thing going on. Oop. In apple trees, those of you all that are familiar with apple trees, they get really pretty blooms on them in like the late spring. Like the tree itself is really very scenic looking, but it doesn't last very long. All the little flowers all fall off, and then the apples start blooming, you know, or the apples start growing, you know. But anyway, right now is when the apple trees are in full bloom. We got 3 apple trees, 2 in our backyard and 1 in our front yard. In our backyard, though, Pepper this morning was laying under the apple tree like a little puppy on her back, paws up in the air, pawing at the petals that were falling to the ground. This is the cutest thing I've ever seen. If it's a defense that does damage, you want all of those things. Bellathrees. The general rule is every defense that does damage, you want all 4 builder stats on it, and then you upgrade power. That's the general rule of grind. I mean, you'll come up with some niche defenses, like super huge ensnare auras or enrage auras or whatever, that you don't need the power on. But for the most part, all 4 builder stats, then upgrade power, every piece of gear, is the general rule. Oof. The problem with doing these full runs as a Lichen King bonus wave is it's so chill right now. And then the Lichen King bonus wave is going to hit, and it's going to just beat my butt into the ground. Well, I mean, I would rather be a full-time streamer and content creator, but reality has told me no. I did it for a couple of years, but I saved up for a really, really long time first. Like, before I went as a full-time content creator, I saved money for like 4 years and put it into a special account on the side. And I blew through all that. You just, you know, a small content creator, you just don't make enough money to pay the bills. So, you know, what happened over the last 4 years or so is I completely burned away my entire savings just paying bills. I had 1 month in my entire time as a full-time content creator. I had 1 month where I made enough money to pay my bills. It was the month Dungeon Defenders 2 launched on Xbox. Well, seeing the ogres made it all the way that close to the core in wave 20, I'm assuming I will probably fail this bonus wave. Unless I get lucky and like they all spawn down below. If they all spawn down below, I'll be fine. But if they split and like 2 spawn up top and 2 spawn down below, I'm pretty much screwed, I think. My job actually ends in a couple of weeks. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Because right now I teach a craps class at a casino. But once class is over, I'll be unemployed. And I'm going to have to figure something else out. I signed up with Uber to drive for Uber. But, you know, it's not the best time to be doing that either with the fuel prices being so ridiculous and everything. You do DoorDash? I debated on that too, but I don't want my... I got a pretty nice car. And I don't want it stinking. Smelling like people's nasty, greasy food. I'm not worried about crime at all. I'm a big boy. Somebody's gonna have to shoot me. Even being an old man, I can still beat some ass. So I'm not worried about the crime part of it. Then you don't carry any cash or anything, so it's not like you're not a target for robbery. But I mean, I'm also, you know, I worked in casinos for so many years. I've got no interest in working the late shift when everybody's drunk and everything else. I would drive during the day. Also, the Batman, boy, I wish. Wouldn't that be snazzy? I want to be Batman. I tried to get a Batman emote for YouTube and Twitch, and it got copyright striked right away. Even making changes to it. I just grew up in that genre, you know? When I was a teenager, it was, you know, it wasn't all these guns and all this stuff. It was you had a problem with somebody, you got in a fight. I'm that era, so, I mean, I've been in many, many fights in my life, so I'm not really afraid of a physical confrontation, as long as they don't shoot me. That's my only fear. Well, and I don't even think about that, to be honest, so can't say it's a fear at all. But yeah, so I don't really worry too much about the Uber thing. And in fact, the days I've driven so far, it's mainly hauling around old people going to their doctor's appointment. But I'm not doing that midnight shift either, you know. I mean, that's where the money's at. But I've just got no interest with dragging a bunch of drunk kids around. No, the Harbinger's not from DD2, though. The Harbinger's from DD1. The DD2 version is a ripoff. You're born on May 6th? Mine's May 12th. Oh, I ain't that damn old, Andreas. Jesus, man. I'm old, but I ain't that old. That's your mom's birthday? Nice. Yeah, Harbinger's in DD1. It's an enemy, not a boss. They ganked it, because... Not even going to get into why they ganked it, but they ganked it from DD1 and put it in DD2. Not Batman old? Yeah, Batman was long before my time, for sure. Born 10 weeks early, wow. Man, I hope I'm able to clear this. I'm starting to worry now. Yeah, YouTube is not even going to allow that commenters. I mean, come on, man. It's 2022, dude. You can't say stuff like that anymore. The majority, Amber. I gave you a link to my playlist. I'm not going to go mod by mod and shard by shard. Literally everything, 99% of the stuff in DD2 is all trash just to encourage diversity. But everybody uses the same shit, every build. Every hero is either a hero damage hero or an ability power hero. If it's a hero damage hero, you stack hero damage. If it's an ability power hero, you stack ability power. Every damaging defense, you either go with anti-mods or diverse mods set up. All that stuff's on my channel. I'm not going to go mod by mod and shard by shard with all that. I'm sorry, but that's just too much work. Yeah, YouTube blocked the second one too, Zilla. I could see it, but nobody else could. Every defense is the same, is the thing. There's no real diversity in DD2. Like, literally, you set everything up the same way. Yeah, I just don't like the subscriber chat. I mean, I'm grateful for you all that are subscribed, but I'm also grateful for people who aren't. You know, you see every YouTube video, people saying, subscribe to the channel, only 25% of you are subscribed. It's the exact same thing with my channel. But I'm happy that somebody just watches my videos. If they choose to subscribe, that's great. You know, but if they don't, thanks for watching anyway. You know? So I hate doing that subscriber chat, but the bot thing is just way, way out of control on YouTube. I sent a YouTube friend, not a real life guy, a friend, but a guy that I communicate with on YouTube, that live streams on YouTube full time. I sent him a message last night, and he told me he's been using subscriber-only chat for about a year. He's like, it's the only way around him. It allowed that one. I guess if you say you threw this as cool in at the end, Zilla, that one didn't get flagged. That's so funny. It's all bots, Zilla. Even the YouTube algorithm is just a bot. It's just, is it a bot that decides whether or not anyone is going to actually see your video and you'll have any visibility? Or is it a bot that spams, upload your pics right here? You know. You can, but what they do is they put the phrase in the name of their YouTube channel. So you can only moderate chat. You can't moderate what people name their accounts. So you see these accounts with like the maximum amount of digits with emotes and everything else in their name. Juiced, what's up? How you doing? Oh no! Saved. They're overloaded on Instagram too. I don't really use Instagram very much. But I can tell you, I don't have this problem on Twitch. I mean, every now and then. But it's not every stream, you know? I can, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but we haven't had one here today so far. And we're what? Almost 2 hours in. I'm a text-to-speech program. Nice. Alright, now am I going to get my buttocks walloped in the Lichen King bonus wave? Only one way to find out. So it's definitely going to be all about the ogres, I think. So we're going to have to watch for them. God, please don't go top side and bottom side. Oh shit, and I got no reflect beams on the... Or, yeah, I got kind of reflect beams on the core. Look, nothing's dying. Oh shit, I'm gonna get... My walls are gonna get zerged as soon as that gas trap expires. My walls. My core. I got no walls. Spooter done got me. Oh shit. Oh no, don't. He's ignoring my core. Or ignoring me. Shit. It's over. Pushed in. Not strong enough. Nowhere near strong enough. That got overrun so hard. Well, so much for the Lichen King bonus wave. On this map, anyway, needs better build. That was a face roll. I should have started off with the Ancient Dragon bonus wave instead of going right for the top. I just can't see doing Ancient Dragon waves if you can't get, you know, if you have the option to do the hardest, why not just go for it? I mean, eventually you're going to beat it, right? Let's see what we got, though. Oh, wow. That's decent, giraffe. 397. Trash. Alright, so we got this. Power range and rate with defense rate. Once again, not a perfect piece, but that is very usable. Was that the piece I was supposed to get? Gloves. Yeah, that's the piece. Okay. So, I should be able to put together a beamer set now. It's not going to be a great set, but it will be a set. Let's see. Oops. Where you at, Beamer? Please tell me you're level 90. Oh, yeah, 97. I'm good. All right, and the Beamer needs militia. Let's check it out. Power, range, and rate with power. We'll take it. Fort, power, range, and rate with a rate. And fort, I mean, I would rather have power and rate, but I'll take it. It's a good starter set. Fort, power, range, we'll pass there. Power, range, and rate with power. More power. What, I get 90 more power, but it's 54. Actually, the piece I have now is better because of the 398 upgrades. Yeah, we'll take that. Let's see. How long is the stream going to go for? Until 6 p.m. Pacific time. You feel like there are more viewer, but there's definitely more viewer bots on Twitch. Sorry, I got way behind on chat there staring at gear. Twitch has a lot of view bots. I don't do any view bots. I ban all of them that I see, but it's hard to know sometimes. Hopefully it doesn't get censored, but everyone is simply will not take the vaccine. Yeah, I'm not going to get into that either. I mean, you do you, though. I'm a firm believer in everyone has a choice. You know, pets and DD2 are just somewhat useless. That's for sure. Running off your 1K immune system. Do I plan to see Obi-Wan? Is that even a question, Quicksilver? I've got that shit reserved into a time slot to watch with the wife. I'm forcing my wife and mother-in-law to watch it with me tonight. So you know I'm watching Obi-Wan? You can't not watch it? Alright, I think I'm all caught up now. Sorry, y'all. Hell yes, I'm watching Obi-Wan. Alright, what else? What are we missing? What are we missing? Boots. Power fort, fort power rate. No, thank you. Power range and rate. With rate up top. See, I'd lose, what, almost 60, like 55 rate? But I would pick up 82 down below, and I would have more power, more range. Yeah, let's take that piece. Jeez, man. Lose rate, but gain power. I mean, that feels like a no-brainer, too. It's only got fort power and rate, though. No, thank you. I need the range. Power, range, and rate. Power up top. Yes, please. And we got a full set now. Let me just look through the rest and see if there's anything that stands out as better. These are going to be some squishy-ass blossoms. I think that's a pretty good starter set. Let's look at accessories. All right, Obi-Wan, take it easy. Have a wonderful evening. All right, let's see. Fort power and rate. Fort range rate. Power range rate, but no substat up top. I think that's the best piece so far. No. Power range rate, but a little less. Well, we'll just... Or no, that's a nope. That's a nope. It's too low on everything. We'll throw this in here. That'll make up with some of that fort, for some of that fort I'm missing. That's too much of a deficit, I think. It's got power, range, and rate in it, but it's not worth losing 230 power and rate to pick up 200 range. That's not a fair trade, in my opinion. Yeah, I need some bracers. Let's equip those as a base. No. That one's more power. and more rate, but I lose range. That's a lot more power, though. I don't want to just devastate my range, though. Needs some better bracers. Fort power rate. Well, that one's only got 60 ups. Power range rate. If it had a substat. See, I'm just not getting any power range rates. And now we're all the way down to the legendary tier. So let me pass on that stuff. All right. Where does that get me with no stats in? That's... man, that fort scares me. Like, my towers are going to be completely one-shottable. But I think this will get me up to probably close to 8K. Yeah, 7,500 or so after I upgrade everything. I mean, that's good base. Oh, I got a steam robot. I didn't even notice. See if it's junk. Oh, yeah. Terrible. Get these flowers screaming here. Let's see where we're at after all this. I mean, it should be a decent base to start using them anyway. All right, take it easy there, quick. Enjoy. Hopefully it's as good as we all want it to be. I haven't watched it yet, so maybe I should do a review and opinions video on it. That'll piss off Disney. All right, let's see what we got here with these fancy beams. What's my range look like? Oh, the range looks awesome. So cool. God, I love those things. Now, where is my stat at, though? Let's see. Oh, 8,700. Those are ready to start using, I think. I think I'm going to try that summit bonus wave here. I really want to get a better shotgun. That's definitely very, very good base level to be at. I'm wondering if these are... how strong are these going to be once I get them all jacked? It's pretty decent. $2 million a tick, doing about, what, like 4 million DPS? Figure it's doing double DPS, so if that tooltip number's right, it's actually doing 4.7 almost. Some of it is good, though, Andreas. You have to go case by case. I mean, I can go on about The Last Jedi all damn day. Don't get me wrong. But, like, The Mandalorian was pretty good. Boba Fett? Meh. They're due for a good one. They had bad one, good one, bad one. Now it's time for a good one. Obi-Wan is going to be glorious. There, I'm being optimistic. Alright, let's try this out. But before we try it out, my cup runneth dry, y'all. Well, if the one before Last Jedi turned you off, just don't even watch it, Andreas. Don't even watch it. Unless you just want to watch it just for the entertainment value to complain about it. Purple hair, ramming hostile fleet, etc. The entire last movie was making fun of that movie. So you can tell there was a conflict between the directors. Anyway, y'all, give me a quick minute. I got no drink. So I'm going to go make myself another espresso. It's going to take me a couple of minutes, but I will be right back. All right, sorry about that, y'all. I am back. We got fresh coffee. Let me grab my headset here. You're gonna hate the end, though, Andreas. You'll hate the end. I can spoil it for you on Discord if you want to get spoiled. I can sum it up in probably one paragraph, the entirety of the movie. All right, let's put our big boy pants on. I tried this 2-player last night with starting wave is 7. What? Oh, I'm not on the... I'm like, what the hell? Why is it not going up? Lichen King, wave 23 start. Now if I can only remember the build. It's been so long. It's worth watching once. But most, like, real, true fans of the series will not be overjoyed. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, the laser light show begins. I like it. Now, I'm not positive, but I don't think I put reflect beams up here. It seems like it would be smart to, but I don't think I do on my PC account. I don't recall putting reflect beams up there. They take less damage. They get rift armor, basically, so they take less damage. It's not worth going for, but you get it for free with an Arcanist helmet. How the loot filter works is if you check anything in that category, then it's going to take the entire category into consideration. So, for example, like here I have godly checked. So, since everything else is unchecked, it's only going to auto-loot godlies. Here, where's a better example? Say here, for example, say I didn't want, how do I even put it? Basically, either check at all or don't check anything. Like, I go with the check it all route. But if you look at, oh, you can't see it, but it still fills the bags. It probably is putting it into a queue to auto-sell it. Because remember, all that stuff gets auto-sold. So if it's still in your bag, but you can't see it, my guess is it's just going into, like, a sales queue. But that's just completely a guess. It would take Phil to answer that, I think. Oop, wrong hero. Nice, Zilla. Well, yeah, in your inventory, it's just a filter, so everything is still there. It's just what's being displayed. Oh, I think we all hate bills there, Zilla. That's pretty fair. I'm going to have to look and see if there's 2 DU left over at the end, because I can't remember if I usually put a reflect beam up here or not. Come on now. I know I can put you on the edge. Let me put you on the edge. I guess we'll just do it back here, then. Ugh. Now it doesn't want to let me put it back there. And there it was. We'll just put it there. Oh, shit. Let's see. This we can really throw anywhere. We'll tuck it right there. Sorry, y'all. I must have hit a hotkey there. I was trying to hit my push to mute because I coughed. And I must have had something else held down. All right. I'm pretty sure that's what I do. I can't remember the exact build. The wings come from doing the tests. Each boss test that you do, I still have to do a bunch of them. I don't have most of the stuff unlocked. But each boss test that you do will give you a set of wings. The Demon Lord ones look particularly cool, in my opinion. Come on. Yeah, it's a game mode. It's a single-player little boss challenge. I'm hoping they bring the ones from going rogue in. Okay, I can't remember here, too. Do I usually go 6? I'm not sure. I don't remember. We're going to have to see how the DU plays out and what's left. You'll see it. If you open the browser up to make a game, you'll see a category that says tests. I'll do one of them here after I get done with this round. Goggles, thank you so much. If I fire up the Xbox, send me a friend request. It's Mr. Juicebags on Xbox as well. But if I fire up the Xbox, I will be down to play, that's for sure. I wish they'd put cross-save in. If they'd get cross-save implemented, I'd play on every platform all the time. I'd do regular streams on each platform. But it's hard to get motivated to grind that many different accounts, you know? I'm not strong enough for that yet, Damon. At some point, you got to realize I don't even have a win yet on this. This is the first time. A first time. Well, if I beat it, it would be the very first win. So yeah, I'm just not that stage in the game yet. I'll get there. I'll get there. The OP will arrive at some point. I actually have my wisps pretty close to that, but nothing else is. I do need more rate on my wisps. Oops, did I just put that in the wrong spot? Yeah, I did. Buddy Beats, what's going on, man? How you doing? Alright, so I do have 2 DU left over, so that tells me I normally put reflect beams up here on these. So, I mean, that's what I was really looking to find out. Couldn't remember. No, it's got a little bit of a range, Sumerian. You can look at the... I don't know if it'll come through on stream. But do you see that little purple glow off the base of the wisps? If you see that little purple glow around the base of the tower, here's the look of the... It's a little bit more obvious on the beams. But that lets you know that it's getting the buff. That's another visual I think could probably be improved on a little bit. Alright, now what do we want to upgrade priority? How much range do I have on the Wisp? I think I'm at like 4K-ish, something like that. So pretty good. My range is... My Wisps isn't really my problem. My problem is everything else. I need more rate on my Wisps is what I need. I'm really low on rate in comparison. Like, in Wisps, I focused power too heavily. Not like that's ever a bad thing, but I've got pieces that are missing rate. So I'm missing like 1,000 to 1,200 rate or something. Is where I'm kind of losing out there. Alright. The range on him is huge, Crazy Glitcher. I mean, that's not telling you anything. Looking at the hitting L3 and looking at the range, that's like going to be a negligible difference with thousands of difference in range points. No, but you don't need to, Death by Bacon. Rate is handled differently in DDA than it is every other Dungeon Defenders game. So the right answer is have rate on every piece of gear. Because any rate that goes over the cap gets converted to power. So you never lose. So always, always, always go for rate. So you don't need to know what the rate caps are, because the rate caps are completely nothing you ever need to concern yourself with. You'll be over the rate cap on every defense in the game, but you'll get more power in exchange for it. Oh yeah, Wisp range scaling is crazy. It's like magic missiles. It's not a one-to-one, but it's enough where you want rate on every piece of gear. If you don't get rate on every piece of gear, you're losing out. Just look at it that way. So never ever concern yourself with what the speed caps are, because it doesn't matter. That, and you're always going to be using a buff beam anyway. So, I mean, you get to the speed cap super, super low. My God, it changed again. I hit my push to mute again. I want to see lasers. I mean, this is all easy peasy until we get to the bonus wave anyway. Gonna have to see how fast the boss burns. All right, Andreas, take it easy. Thank you so much for hanging out. Yeah, it's a reimagined summoner. It's not the exact same hero, but that's the next hero. It's called the Outcast, but it's going to be a summoner remake. It is the next hero to come. DDA, don't know what crossplay will apply. There's no cross-platform is currently planned at all. You gotta remember too, Roblox is a much, much bigger game. No, there's no date. You know how Chromatic does it. They don't give dates. I mean, they don't know, to be fair. We've got a big update coming prior to that update. So, I mean, we haven't even gotten the pre-Episode 2 update yet. So, Episode 2 is still in the distance. Yeah, there's going to be one more, but it's not announced yet, Robert. We don't know. We only know the Outcast, and we've only seen the tease on, what, 2 of the 4 maps. So when that Episode 2 update hits, it'll have 2 more maps, or it'll have 4 maps total, and 2 heroes. But we don't know what the last 2 maps are, and we don't know what the last hero is. You can't. It's level gated. You have to be level 70 to get to Nightmare mode, but you can't skip Nightmare mode, no. Level 70 unlocks Nightmare mode, then you go to Nightmare and get Nightmare gear. Level 83 unlocks Massacre, then you go to Massacre and get Massacre gear. So you can't skip the end game. You can skip the early game, but you can't skip the end game. And you don't want to be grinding to level 83 in Insane mode, so you want to go to Nightmare, because it's substantially more experience values. I'm wondering if I should be prioritizing these blossoms and stuff to kill the bonus wave ogres. Did I leave any mana down there? Let me see. Doesn't look like it. Nope. Dang it. I was hoping I had a bunch more. What's my favorite map in DDA? That's a tough call, man. I think Tornado Highlands is probably the prettiest. I don't think that's my favorite, though. It's definitely not my favorite, because it's an irritating pain in the ass to run. But it is very, very pretty. I don't know. I don't really know. Well, yeah, you can grind Massacre mode if you got a friend to put you in their backpack. That's the running joke right now in my Discord server. So many people are asking for carries, and I told them I've got my backpack created, but it still has no shoulder slots or shoulder straps. So I've got to get the shoulder straps made, and then I can put y'all in the backpack. I mean, remember, like this Lichen King bonus wave here, I have yet to beat it. So if I win, this will be a first-time win. If they were charging for them, I think there's no doubt they'd probably re-released already. Because they'd be able to hire more people, you know? I don't think they're spread too thin. There's 35 employees. Augie confirmed last week. I mean, one guy made Stardew Valley, and it's a masterpiece. You know? So I don't think they're necessarily spread too thin. I mean, I've got my own opinions about what I feel is wrong at Chromatic, which I'm not really going to get into today. I'm having too much fun to dredge up the unhappy thoughts, you know? The funnest part about failing maps is finding out why you failed and finding ways to beat them. once you get to the point where all the maps are on auto farm, things get really, really boring. You know? So I'm at that stage in the game where the challenge is there, and it's very, very fun to play. Let's see, wave 25. The initial dragon should be no problem. I should steamroll it. But it'll be the bonus wave dragon. If I even make it to the dragon. I mean, I might get pushed in right on the bonus wave, you know. Let's see. Let me check over here. Did I miss any? Doesn't look like it. Boo. Alright, like I said, this should be nothing. No problem at all. I do want to run around and make sure I'm collecting up all the mana, though. That way I can get some more upgrades in for the bonus wave. I turned my sensitivity up again in case y'all are wondering why I'm looking all over the place. I gotta get used to the controller sensitivity. Oof. Didn't get it quick enough. I wish that was something they would remove. All of that mana just disappearing when it pops over to the boss. That ain't right. Give me my mana. Dream Demon 9. I'll take a look at it. My wife uses the Xbox a lot. I'll have to check it out. She fires it up tonight. Alright, here we go. Am I gonna make it? Nope. We got him there at least. And of course he's gonna be across the world. And I accidentally shoot the sirens. God dang, man, that was quick. God, I'm getting terrible luck with his turns. Nowhere near. Oh, he's trolling me now. You're gonna get your ass busted from this irradiate there, Dragon, if you don't quit trolling me. Don't be across the world, damn you. Alright, that's better. Get him all dotted up now. He'll just die. Die already. Thank you. Oh, core under attack. What was that? I didn't look. I don't see any actual damage. 187.5. That was here. Dang it, man. Sorry, y'all. Keep switching scenes. It's both. It's a radiate and the wisps. That's one of the benefits of using crazy range defense. I can't remember who it was. Somebody did a full AFK build on this one. And they put DSTs all in the corners of the maps everywhere. Where you never had to down the dragon. It would just fly around and the DSTs would plug away at it. But yeah, it was a radiate ticking and it was wisps. Shit. God dang it. I forgot to switch heroes. Oh, it looks like it gave me the shotgun anyway. Alright, that one's crap. There's a powerful gemstone. No vitality on it, but I'll keep it because that's the first one I've seen. Alright, let's grab all this juice. And let's get some upgrades in here. I think we're going to have to really worry about this side. Alright, we'll spend the rest over here. Man, I should have did like a wave 20 start or something. I think I'm jumping ahead too much with these wave 23 starts. I feel like the build would do better if everything was upgraded, you know? Alright, let's give it a whirl. See how rough it is. Oh shit. I don't even know what happened. That was straight overrun though. I didn't lose any defenses. So I just straight up got overrun. Holy crap, man. I wasn't watching, so I don't know what happened. But my guess is everything just pushed right through. Lichen King bonus waves are no joke. I mean, they're for when you get geared, you know? And I'm not all the way there yet. I'm trying to skip ahead too much. I mean, a bonus wave on this map is tough to do before getting decked. But yeah, that was... I'm guessing, since I didn't lose any defenses, that I just straight up got overrun. They plan to add trading and to add vendor items at the Tavern Keeper. Well, not all enemies are, you know... I mean, that could have been a kobold that enraged. It's going to be immune to the poison. Actually, that's fusion, so that shouldn't be an issue. I mean, it could have been anything. It could have been a range mob taking a shot at the core. Or maybe it was an ogre. Maybe an ogre just zerged through. Because ogres are immune. If I had ensnare R's here instead of gas, maybe that would have helped me a little bit. I probably should have went with that. Ensnares instead of the gas. But, I mean, that was just a raffle stomp right there. That wasn't 5 seconds. Oops. Didn't mean to re-queue that one. Let's head back out. We'll take a look at what we got from the regular wave anyway. Very observant of you. I think that was quite obvious, wasn't it? That was a first attempt. Or it wasn't a first attempt, but I've never beaten that yet. So yeah, I lost. That's what happens when you try to do content higher than your gear level. Let's see what we got. We got a trash tier giraffe. It's got decent regen on that. Range and rate, but fort power and range. Boo. Fort range and rate. Boo. That's junk, sadly. Power range and rate. I mean, we'll keep those around for now. We'll definitely keep that, even though it's a bad stat roll. No, that was the boss wave. The boss wave is wave 26, basically. Oh, I've been farming. I just need to farm more. I gotta go through and clean out some of this trash at some point. Alright, let's get another, let me get another keep run in. Oops. Wrong button. I'll show you guys what I've been doing on the keep. I've got my first win recorded, but I still have to go through and edit the video. So it'll be up tomorrow. But this is what I've been doing. I don't have a 100% win rate either, so keep that in mind. But currently I'm winning probably 75% of the time. Oh, I've skipped about as much as you can skip. There, Jawzilla. I mean, just getting to where I'm at in this short amount of time. Now, on PC, of course, everything was released slowly. So we started at Insane, then we got Nightmare, then we got Massacre. I'm not really very focused on gold right now, but yeah, just weapons and armor. I got 0 dropped frames there on my end. Lost an ease. I would suggest you refresh, maybe. It's a connection issue for you. Sorry, man. But I've got 0 dropped frames. Connection's looking solid on my end. YouTube is giving me the excellent connection little icon. Thank you so much. I do appreciate the subscription. Welcome to the channel. There, Oliver. Oh, goggles. How did I miss that? You ever wanted to play DDA? Oh, I didn't miss that. I will. I will accept your invite as soon as I fire up my PlayStation here tonight. See, so I've been going 1 sludge over here. Then 6 wisps. Now I'm going heavy wisps because my wisps are so much stronger. A smoother build would be to go more sludge if your wisps and sludge are the same. But my wisps are way, way stronger. You're on Xbox. Yeah, well, I meant Xbox. Did I say PlayStation? My Xbox is in the other room currently, but I'll fire it up later on tonight. That's probably how I'll end up watching Obi-Wan later. So I'll definitely be firing it up. Alright, so 1 sludge, 6 wisps. All on a buff beam. with some reflex. Maybe. And another reflect over here. Now, the only difference here, what I'm doing right now versus what I did my first win. My first win, I put a spike blockade right here and on the other side core. See, did I get that in there? Yeah, it's in there. And then gas trap right there. I didn't upgrade as I went. And then 2 upgrades on everything over here. So 2 upgrades on the sludge, 2 upgrades on the buff beam, 2 upgrades on each wisp. Oh, shit. And I just screwed it up. So I only get 1 upgrade on that wisp. That way the DU works, or the mana works out. And that other one, too. Alright, so 2 upgrades on everything. Alright, Space Ninja, take it easy. Thanks for hanging out. Then we'll throw gas right there. We'll pop up here and do the same thing. So we'll go 1 sludge launcher. Gonna target it so that it just, the right side of it is just barely going along that wall right there. And then we'll go wisp wisp. Wisp wisp. And wisp wisp. Buff beam. Reflect beam. Two upgrades on everything here. Well, all the damaging things. You guys know what I mean. The buff beam, the wisp, the sludge. It looks like I missed one of the buff beam ups. That's alright. Then these lanes, you have to look at the bottom point of the core. So, I mean, we're going to do 1 reflect beam, but the reflect beam has got to be covering the bottom, that little bottom point down there. From this way and from this way. So you got to have that little bottom point covered, because that's where the enemies aim. So we just go right to there. We'll stretch it out to 1 DU. And then get it in as close as we can. And then check it. Yeah, we good there. And we good here. I don't know what you're talking about, Zilla. What is a nuclear defense? You'll have to enlighten me. I put that in too close. You just got to get the Enrage art on the buff beam. Did I not just sell it? There we go. Alright, and I got my upgrades in already. Then here at the core, tucking a root back in here. That way I don't have to worry about range mobs hitting it. Then go as close as you can to the core with a sludge. And then when you're at that point, take a step back and give yourself just a little bit more room. Because you're going to want to put a buff beam down. And then you want to target, you know, have the corner hitting the corner here, basically. And now we're going to go 7 wisps. There is a website. If you hit your options menu and go to build suggestions, that will open up a browser for you and go to your website. Or to the website. And then you can post your own builds there too. But trial and error is the fun part. You know? And, you know, when you figure out how you like to build something, you can post it up. I usually don't post there because I make all the videos, so all the builds are there. But there's a lot of good builds there. So we're going to go 3 wide. Here. And then we're going to put 1 right here. Then we're going to switch back to our other Slimer. We're going to get this in as close as we can. And then this one is the same thing. We want the edge to barely be hitting the entrance of the door. So you want the right edge to be hitting right here. That way it's getting 2-lane coverage. The reason we gave ourselves that extra step here is so we can fit the buff beam in without any problem. Because if you go too close to the core, you're going to have an issue there. Make sure all your wisps are getting buffed. Looks like mine are. So you just got to go through the center pile of wisps. And then we want a reflect beam protecting this side, 1 DU. Oh yeah, there's literally hundreds of videos of different builds for maps, Oliver. And there will be many, many more upcoming. When the next update hits, it's going to change an awful lot in the game. So I'll be redoing and making fresh videos of everything. We're going to drop a ensnare aura right in the front of the core here. And then we're going to put a gas trap just right on the buff beam. That way it reaches up, like with my range, they come up onto the stairs a little. If you've got small range, then don't worry about the buff beam. Just get it up to the base of the stairs here. And then another one right here, just like right around your ensnare aura. Okay, now we got 2,900 mana left. So we've got all our upgrades in place on the other lanes. So we're just going to throw the remainder... Just throw it around right here. I'm just spamming at this point. So just throw it in. Try to spread it out a little bit, but don't sweat it if it's not completely even. Nice, Oliver. Yeah, it's a super fun game, no doubt. All right, now I am still at a stage where I need to kill portals. So that's my objective when the wave is running, is just to kill portals. And I can't aim, so it's quite the challenge. If I get time, I do like to kill the sirens just because they do offer nice loot. Particularly on this map. And you kind of get used to where the portals spawn. They don't spawn in the same order. It's random every time. But you'll know what portals are left each wave. And you'll know what you have, you know, you can head on over. Like, I still know I got 2 back portals to go. Or I got one up there anyway, at least. Okay, that's not the next one. And if the portal pops all the way, just kind of burn the mobs that creep through. Because you'll have a couple seconds until the next portal pops. That one's right out front. No, this is not an AFK setup. I'm not near strong enough for an AFK setup yet. I do have AFK setups, but there's end game. Super late game. So you'll have to be really, really decked out before you're going to do those. Okay, so now all the portals have popped. So I can just run around the map and collect the mana. You know, keep an eye out if there's any troublesome lanes or whatever. Because they drop other things that are really good. If you want a level 105 offhand, odds are it will come from a siren. So killing sirens can be... Plus, it's just a bunch of gold. I mean, there's never anything wrong with killing sirens. And, like, I don't go out of my way to kill them. When I get decked out a little bit more, I will. I'll just sit there and spam kill them as they come out. Okay, now I take all of the mana from the first wave, and I dump it all into this side. No really particular rhyme or reason. I just spam it in. I think the most effective thing to do would be to spread it out evenly, but I'm too lazy for all that, so... I usually make sure to prioritize the sludge launcher and then the buff beam at this point, because I've got tons of range. And then on the wisp, I'll just kind of spam it around. We get it all spent? Not yet. Come on, damn it. You can jump. I know you can. All right. And then rinse and repeat for wave 24. Like I said, my main priority is portals. If I get a little free time, I'll kill sirens or help the lanes or whatever. Yeah, militia is the set you want on a rogue. I don't have a militia set. I'll be able to get one now that I've got ramparts done. I ended up throwing a guard set on him just because I had the guard set. And I didn't have a militia set yet. But I've got those maps unlocked now. I did those at the beginning of the stream. So I'll be able to get a militia set. And then I'm using an Arcanist helm too. That way I get the first ability. That's all Xbox 360 stuff, Zilla. So you and the 13 other people still playing on the 360 have access to that. But all that stuff has all been fixed on PC, like years ago. I mean, there's still hacks on PC, don't get me wrong. But that was a very, very old problem from 360. I don't think there's anybody still playing other than just a few people. I mean, there might be. You tell me. Is there a bunch of public matches on 360 still? I don't have a 360. I can't check. I had that era. Actually, I had a PS3. Nah, this game is not DD1. It doesn't have all the glitches and everything. You know, I should be gathering mana at this point. Nobody's talking about DD1, Zilla. They're talking about DDA. You're the only one talking about DD1 in this conversation, man. You know, I don't mean, I'm not trying to sound rude or nothing, but ain't nobody playing on the 360 still. It's like, what, 10 people, 15 people? I mean, I don't know. Like I said, you tell me. I don't have a 360. I had a PS3 during that era. And I don't even know where the PS3 is. It's probably in a box in the garage. Or maybe my son took it when he moved out. Alright, now I take all of the mana from this wave. And I throw it into this side. Same thing. I'm going to try to prioritize that sludge launcher. Just because it's really badass. Even though my wisps are technically more powerful, that sludge launcher is making a big impact. And then... Now, before we start the boss wave, let me tell you guys what my strat is. A lot of people like to go this way with the boss. I personally don't like to go this way. And it's just because I haven't done it very much, so I'm not used to the pathing. What I do is I try to get them to come in this way, and then I kite them around this way. Now, there's one big problem with doing that, and that is if you position yourself in between the boss, or if you position yourself so that your defenses are in between the boss and yourself. So, like, if the boss was here, and say I'm here, the boss is going to leap and land on my defenses and destroy them all. So when you do path the boss, if you chose to take this route, if you path the boss, you have to bring him way out this way. STD. You talking about a strength drain aura? I don't really have a use for strength drain auras. I'm in fusion gear, which means elemental resistance immunity is not an issue. And I don't have any walls. So since I have no walls, there's nothing I need to worry about ogres hitting on. Strength drain aura isn't going to save you on the core. I mean, you can take an extra hit. Yeah, trading is something that's planned. Now, the other thing is during Wave 25, as soon as the portals are dead, I'm going to grab all the mana that I can off the ground and then try to dump as much of it as I can into this stuff. Now, like I said, this is a starter build. This is not the build that I will end up using long-term for farming, but this is just the build I'm using to beat the map right now, and it's not 100% win rate. I'm winning probably 75% of the time of the attempts. So, well, let me just go ahead and dump this 1,000 right now. Same thing here. I want to try to prioritize the sludge launchers a little. I don't have enough to upgrade that one, so I'll just dump it. Alright, so rinse and repeat during the wave. Just keep an eye out for when the portals are done, and use that time to run around and collect up the mana and try to get some upgrades in. It feels super chaotic at first. I mean, this map just feels super chaotic at first on your first attempts, but it'll get very, very chill after a while. You just have to get a bunch of runs in, and this is a map that you're gonna. I mean, as far as what's currently in Dungeon Defenders Awakened, if you're just now playing, this is the map you'll want to farm probably more than any other maps. I'm playing on a PS4 right now, Tyler, so yes, it is indeed out on PS4. Like, if you're at the point where you're hunting for like super high-end accessories, this is the map you'll find them on. If you're looking for a high-end end-game weapon, like best-in-slot weapon, this is the map you're going to find it on. So, I mean, this map, you're going to do a lot of grind. The Arcanist gear becomes a necessary piece for every player endgame. This is the only place it drops. So, you're going to want to farm the crap out of this map once you get into Massacre mode. I didn't bother with this map until I was in Massacre. So I didn't bother going through it on any of the other tiers. Oh, shoot. I'm breaking the rule I just told you guys to do. Once it gets to the end of the wave, go grab some mana. And dump it in. Dump it into these defenses. I don't have much time, or I would have grabbed more, because I derped. I don't have that cast rate on my weapon anymore, so upgrades are really, really slow. I mean, cast rate isn't what I want long-term anyway, but it was a pretty nice quality of life thing for a while. I usually start the boss wave right up here on this ledge. But, you know, obviously you start wherever you want. Here's the boss, so we got to break his shield. So I got to get some damage in on him. As soon as those icons pop up on the screen, his shield is broken. And then we're going to want to come on in. And I want him to come through the center, so I'm going to try to lure him this way. Is he going that way? No, he's coming through this way. So we're going to have to kite him the other way around. Which is not the way I usually like to go... Shit. Hitting wrong buttons. I usually like to go counterclockwise around. Okay, so we got him through the first phase. We got to break the shield again. Should be just about there. Okay, it popped. This time I'll be able to get him going the right way. Get some damage on him when he's coming in, and then get ready to get out of dodge, because he will one-shot you if you're not careful. Shit. Shit! Make sure not to allow him to stomp your towers there. And he is beating me up. Get him back in the middle. Put as much damage on him as you can. I'm going to double dip, hitting him and this pack of mobs here since they were building up. And now he appears to be stuck. So that is not normal. Yeah, that's not normal. He can't get back out to reset. Normally he would run back out front, you go back out, crack his shield open again, and come back in, but right now he is stuck in the wall. That would be a bug. This is the first time I've seen this one. Well, it's the first time I've seen it on PlayStation. I've seen it on PC a bazillion times. Usually, I don't think I've ever seen him stuck here, though. He might come unstuck. Let's see. It's impossible to do it consistently. That's a funny story, too. The world first on clearing this map won it with a stuck mob. It wasn't me, but the world first on clearing the map won it with a stuck mob. Now, he got the world first legit kill, too, to be fair. Oh, there he is. I didn't want to say you by name. I didn't want to call you out there, Airbeer. And then this is going to be best in slot weapons for the game. So make sure you're on the hero you want the weapon for before you pop the box. I'm looking for a gun for my rogue. So being on a huntress guarantees it will be a gun in the box. And we got... That's not bad. That's actually an upgrade over what I'm currently using. I mean, oh, it's got Flock of Searing Galls. Boo. Never mind, that's trash. I mean, I'll use that on my Huntress, maybe. But, yeah. Oh, dang it, man. And I got a bum Arcanist Crown. That would be fine for electric R's or gas traps, but I've already got one for those. So that's going to be junk. You'll get a random Act 4 pet, which is kind of junk. You'll get best in slot accessories. You're going to get a King's Face every run. You have the chance of getting bracers, too. And they're going to be the highest rolls on the game. I mean, look at that compared to the one I'm using on my Huntress right now. It's massive, you know? I'm actually That one's debatable to take on my rogue. And then you'll get a random piece of fusion gear, and holy shitballs. Wow, 446 upgrades? Sadly, it's got terrible stat rolls on it. Oh, man. If that had better stats, that would be incredible. Actually, you know what? Let me look at that piece real quick. Okay, never mind. Some rando gear. Fort range and raid. Another crappy fusion piece. So not the best drops that run. But that's what I've been doing. Now, my goal is to get my rogue to a point where he's clearing this way smoother. And then I'll start farming for Squire gear, because Squires in this particular boss fight are beast. But they require a ton of setup. So you're going to have to grind it out to get your Squire dialed in. But once your Squire is dialed in, you don't need to get another hero for DPS. It will do all the things for you. But, yep, there is what I'm doing right now to clear the keep. Now, I'll probably change that build as soon as I get my my blossoms a little more dialed in. Let's see what else we got. Well, I can take that weapon now on my Huntress. I'm not going to use it on the rogue because it's the wrong set. Flock of Searing Gulls is it's a Phoenix shot, you know, mod, so it's only good for the Huntress. So, I mean, yeah, my Huntress has got a fancy gun now. Get rid of all this other junk. Save me the time later. Now let me look on this one. Fort range and rate. Fort range and rate. I would actually get... Well, I don't think it's worth. I think the piece I got is better there. Let me look on my Ensnare RS. That's the only other place I could use that helm. Nah, the one I got now is way better than that. So, sadly, junk Arcanist piece. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are class specific. And the thing there... I need to change it. I've got it set at like 375 now, but I need to up that because I'm just trashing all the gear now. Etherean Marksman. Let me see. Let me find something that's got Etherean Marksman on it. Yeah, Etherean Marksman is... I don't think it's Huntress only because the Rogue can use it. The problem is, yeah, it is Huntress only. The Rogue can actually use it, but the problem is you won't find a sword with it. The Rogue and the Squire would be the top two, but that doesn't mean that's who you should play. Base it off of your playstyle. Yeah, I got rock pets, man. You remember the rock pet from DD1? I mean, I'm not going to use them, so I probably threw most of them away. Oh, I threw them all away already. Oh, no, there's one. Here's the Mist of Mine rock pet. That's straight from DD1. This is a little floating cloud. The deadly happy Hera. Yeah, if you play on the Huntress, you're good with that set. The problem with the Etherean sets is... Like, say I wanted to use the Etherean champ, or that's for Monk. Say I wanted to use the, where's one? Inspired Assault. I don't see one. Ethereal Marksman. Say I wanted to use Ethereal Marksman. Well, I could never complete the set on my rogue because I can't get a sword that's got Ethereal Marksman on it. Because if it was a sword, it would have Ethereal Champion on it, or whatever the sword one is. And it's not the, even though it's the same theme, one is for melee, one is for range, so I would never get the set. The cloud drops from that map, and then it drops from Act 4 as well. When you're doing chores, you were sawing and accidentally got a stick size of a pencil stuck in your right arm. Ouch. That sucks. Alright, I got some trash tier stuff here I can get rid of real quick too to just clear the spaces. I still don't have a weapon on my, That's the only monk pool I've tried so far out of the keep. And it came back with no vitality, so completely unusable, sadly. Big old piece of poo right there. Yeah, anyway, that's what I've been doing on the keep. Not the build I will use towards the end, but the build I'm using today. And my first win, like I said earlier, I did get it recorded, but I don't have it edited up and ready to go, and I didn't commentate it because it was right in the middle of doing a bunch of stuff. Let's try to get our third. Somebody was asking about wings earlier. Let's go for the test of the Demon 3. So all the wings are going to come from this test mode right here. If you go into that, each boss, the Demon Lord, the Mech Boss, the Dragon, and the Keep, has a specific challenge to it. It's single player only. And additionally, it's a specific pool of heroes. Like each one, you'll get a choice of 2 heroes to use. So, like, once you clear test 1, then test 2 will unlock. Which, the mech is the hardest one out of all of them, in my opinion. Once you clear test 2, then test 3 will unlock, etc. In my opinion, too, the Demon Lord wings look better than all of the others. It gives you an option here for public or private, but it's private only. It's a single player game mode. Now, here's the struggle on PlayStation. Let me give everybody fair warning here. Say, when you pop in, you'll have the chance... The dragon is pretty easy, especially if you go Squire. It's damn near cheesable. You know, if you want to use the Huntress here, you're set. But the weapon choice they give you is the Flamethrower, which has got awful range. So you can't change that. So I personally like to go with the EV. However, you hold down the little PlayStation big button to enter to start the map. And it's also what you would use to swap heroes. So you gotta just tap it quick. Because if you hold it down for more than, like, a part of a second, it's gonna start it on you, and you're gonna be screwed. So I personally like to do the EV on this one. Not stoked about the weapon. We do get a nice little pet. And I always start it from right here. So... Well, let me just show you. This is what I do. I haven't tried this one in a long time, so I may end up choking here pretty quick. Wait for the fire to get cast, then jump out of the way. Don't fall off. I fell off, so it's already a restart. Don't bother wasting your time struggling with it. It's a 3-minute thing. If you screw up right from the gates and you know you did, just restart it. It's not worth going through 3-minute, 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 3-minute. And it's timed. I mean, if you don't kill it in 3 minutes, you lose, so. I got aim issues. Jump out of the fire, jump off of the fireballs. Just wait for all the fireballs to get cast. Ooh, shit, and I hit the wrong button. That's a restart, too. I'm going to go for it on this one, but I think, yeah, my time is killed. It's a struggle to get the time done. So, like I said, just restart. If you know you screwed up, just restart. I hit the wrong ability button that time. There's no grace period. So, if you make one mistake, just restart. Alright. How many times are going to have to restart? What's the over-under, y'all? I also start off to the left. That way you have plenty of room to jump and move out of the fire. It's a single-player game mode. There is no option for multiple players. I screwed up again, but I think I can salvage this one because it wasn't huge. Now you gotta wait for the pillars to come back active. So just sit here and jump over the fireballs. Ignore all the mobs on the ground. None of them can hit you. They're all goblins. If you don't fall off. If you fall off, you're screwed. I'm screwed. Alright. You guys get the gist of it. I don't feel like doing this right now. So, that's what you do. I'm not going to go through it 7 times, Jawzilla. I'm going to assume that your over-under is low. I hate those game modes. I just wish they were more fun. That one's all about cheesing. Oh, you got your EV clone to explode on the boss? That's pretty nice. The first one is super, super easy. It's just it's a time thing. Like, if you fall off the furnace, it screws your time. Unless you just really get a good jump and jump right back up onto it real quick. And then, like, my struggle right now is I get R1 and R2 confused, or R1 and L2, or L1 confused. And you need to switch over to the laser beam on that one. But yeah, by doing that, you unlock... This is the test 2 pair of wings I'm wearing now. And this is the test 1 pair of wings. The thing I like about them is their glide animation. It's the best looking glide animation of all of them. That boss is the easiest one. I'm just choking today. Remember, that's test 3 as well. And then the hardest one out of all of them is without a doubt the mech boss. The test 1 for the mech boss is debatably harder than any test 3 of any of the others. The summit's the easiest. Well, I think the Demon Lord's the easiest because all you have to do is sit there and double jump over his fireballs and you completely ignore the entire Demon Lord mechanic. However, the summit is just as cheesable. Because you choose the Squire on this one, and you sit there in the dragon's face and melee it the whole time, and a bunch of flyers come in from behind you, and your melee cleave kills them all. So it's just, the dragon and the Demon Lord are the easiest, the Goblin Mech is the hardest, and the Lichen King is probably the second hardest. But yeah, that's where the wings come from. Shame I couldn't have beat it, but like I said, I just... I'm not feeling like grinding that right now. So, we got what? I got about 40 minutes left. Let's see what we have for survivals. Still need to do Tornado Valley and Throne Room. Still need to do Arcane Library, the Mill. Still got a bunch of them to knock out. I need to do Endless Spires and Magus Quarters a few times for gear to get my sludges squared away a little bit more. I tell you what, I'll queue one up public. Any of you all have Massacre unlocked and want to join on a Lichen King bonus wave, feel free. I'm not sure how many people will be online that can actually join it yet, but maybe somebody will. All right, how we want to do it? Let's go. Ara. We'll have to go right about here. Ara. We're gonna need a bunch of gas, huh? Let's go. Gas trap. And gas trap. Gas and gas. Nice goggles. Yeah, the first one's super easy. Alright. So now I want to tie these together with a buff beam, but I placed it a little wonky. So sadly, I will have to bring it over this way. I want to try to get it to the gas trap. Yeah, there we go. Piece of cake. Alright, we got a wonky buff beam in. I'm wondering, do I want to do that over here too? Well, since I don't have the big range on the wisps, I've been doing it in 2 stacks. Where normally, like once I'm fully decked, I'll put 1 wisp stack right here to cover this whole map. But since I'm not fully decked yet, let's go, let's get a few wisps in over here. I think just like 4 of them will get it done. I just need them to kill the flyers. I don't know. Look. Normal in my PC build, when I throw the R's at the bottom of the stairs, this R stack I have to build back here. So I'm not sure where I'm at, but I'm under where I'm at on PC. Let me see. 6,400. It's because I'm using electric RS2, so I've upgraded everything into power. I didn't go with the big boy range. If we're gonna do that, we might as well throw in a little safety just in case. And I don't need this to cover both auras now, since I have that buff beam in. So I could actually save some DU here. I might want to go 6 anyway, just to get it out of the way. Let's go 5. We'll save 1 DU there. You need to do that test 3, Goggles. The wings from 3 are the rifted wings. They look really cool. And then spam the entire rest of the DU into wisps. This map is a lot easier than the other Lichen King bonus waves. And the reason being is the bulk of the ogres come from all one door, and it's the same door every time. So there's no diversity to it. You know exactly where they're coming from. I mean, I'm all jacked up on my main account quick. I'm like 12k main stat, 7 or 8k secondary stats on... Not on everything, but I'm like 12k main stat on most of my heroes there now. See, what can we do? We can go... Actually, we can just really spam it up. So what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 12 wisps. And then we'll go with some reflect beams. Now, just as a warning on this one, oops. As a warning on this one to people that like to chill on stacks with Boost Monk, on this particular map, if you do that and you're chilling here, if you're on your monk, chilling and boosting it out on these wisps, the ogre from that top lane will throw a rift kobold that will explode just over your head right here, because how you are sitting here versus that ogre's height and everything, it works out where that rift kobold will explode on you. Now that's RNG, of course. There might not be a rift kobold, or there might not be an ogre that spawns on that lane, but if one does, don't stand there when it comes out. What's up, Brian? How you doing? So the rest of it, let's throw a couple of upgrades on these since they're specifically for flyers. Get that extra range. If you look at the range stat here, 16.29 meters at level 1. Just adding one upgrade to it takes it to what? 19.55. So just one upgrade took it that far. If we put another one, it takes it even farther. And it just gets crazy range on it. So the wisps, if you're using wisps, it's more important, or prioritize upgrades on them, where most other defenses you would prioritize upgrading your buff beam first. Uh-oh, Pepper going ape shit. Must be a deer in the backyard. I can hear her just going crazy outside. And then I'm just going to spam it here. You know, I mean, once again, the smartest thing to do would be to get even upgrades, but I don't care. Alright, it looks like nobody's going to join me. I don't think a ton of people have it unlocked yet, and most of the people that have it unlocked are probably grinding it, so they're not looking at public games. But this is the big beefy ogre lane. So, I mean, there will be ogres from other places, but the ogre Zerg in the bonus wave is going to come from right here. And that's what makes this map easy, is there's no guesswork, you know. This is just the spot. Someone asked how to in the live chat. How to what? Sorry, I missed your comment. Yeah, anyway, here comes the ogre Zerg. But just burn them down. If they throw rift kobolds at you, you know, obviously get out of the way. Don't take a kobold to the face. Unless you just wanna. That was a thing we used to do on PC on this map, is we would play chicken in the bonus wave. The last person to move won. Of course, it just turned into everybody dying from getting smacked in the face with rift kobolds, but... it's a public game. I queued it up public, so you'd have to have Massacre unlocked before it would display for you. But it would just be on the matchmaking browser. It'll say Juice Bags Game or whatever. Oh, how do you join the group? I mean, if you want to join the group, just send me a friend request. But more importantly, send Uzar a friend request. Uzar. And he will get you into the groups. But there's several groups going now. DDA groups. I'm in 2 of them that I'm aware of. And there's people playing all the time, 24/7. So, you know, it's not always going to be me playing, but there's always people playing. I will probably... I've got a couple of video edits to do tonight, which will take a bunch of time to process after I edit them. So I'll probably do a couple of power level runs late tonight. If anyone's still around. Alright. We're just going to spam, once again, spam upgrade. I don't want to accidentally do what I just did and upgrade the reflect beam. But just get these wisps all jacked up here. Spam it out. And then this map, there will be ogres that spawn other places, but it's just one usually. So you can ignore that ogre, the wisps will kill him, and then the ogre rush is just always down here. Boy, if I could aim, I would kill that siren before she got to me. If only I could aim. Nah, I'll just be chilling off stream. Actually, I'm gonna watch. It'll probably be late, to be honest, because after I get done with stream here, in like 30 minutes, I'm gonna have me some dinner. And then after dinner, we're gonna watch Obi-Wan. So it'll be after that. Is it just episode 1, or is the whole series there? Well, does anybody know? I bet it's just episode 1. Disney ain't going to give it all up for free right up front. So here comes the Rift Kobolds. Don't let them hit you. It's just too many. Nobody can take that, no matter how badass you are. Unless you're a decked out squire, maybe. Yeah, Stranger Things just had a new... It's just episode 1. Was it awesome, Quick? I know you already watched it. Did it give you goosebumps? And were you overjoyed with the Ben Kenobi-isms? I'm curious to see how much backstory there is with it. Like, I mean, obviously, me and my wife are very versed in the Star Wars universe. We've seen the movies a bazillion times, all of them. But my mother-in-law is going to be watching it with us, and she probably watched Star Wars back in the day when it first came out, and is going to be completely lost the whole time, not knowing what's going on or who these people are. She couldn't remember who Obi-Wan was, and my wife had to tell her, "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're my only hope." And then she remembered. She remembered who he was. Yeah, it's not very many episodes. It's like, what, 5 or 6 episodes? How long was it, Quick? Was it like 2 hours, or was it just a shorty? The first episode, I was hoping it was going to be movie length. I'm stoked, man. I can't wait to see it. It's on Disney Plus, yeah, but my son is, well, he's not anymore, but he was deployed Navy personnel, and before he got out of the Navy, I told him, because they've got a live streaming service for deployed personnel to watch movies and TV and stuff. And since it's military related, Disney Plus lets all their stuff on there. And before he left, I had him renew his subscription for like 5 years. So I still have access to that. The other good thing about this map, besides just getting your blossoms all squared away, or is this map... No, this map is the sludges, I think. Yeah, it's the sludges. Besides getting your sludge launchers and DST squared away, is this map drops the Monkey King pet, a fusion Monkey King pet, if you're doing it on Rifted mode, which is the highest damage pet in the game, as far as single target DPS. So this is a map you're going to want to run a bunch of times to get yourself a God tier Monkey King. And I think I'm not positive, but I think I'm going to be able to clear it on Lichen King bonus wave with no problem. Especially now that I've got a weapon from the keep. Because the deal here is with one of the things that makes the keep's weapon so special is it pierces. So you got 6 ogres in a line. I'm shooting all 6 of them at once, which makes this weapon completely broken OP for this map. Well, it's a copyright thing. It's tough to do that without getting lawsuits quick. You know, I'm not licensed to show movies. I mean, we could do a movie night where we're all like watching it at the same time or whatever, but that never works out. And I can't stream it or I'll get sued. I mean, it would be cool to do. And without incriminating myself in any way, I may have possibly done that before. I don't have a glitch with my wisps now. Well, you can't share video to Discord. That would be a copyright infringement. You're not allowed to rebroadcast. That would be considered rebroadcasting. That's what I mean. And, you know, depending on how... I mean, Discord's getting a lot of negative publicity right now with all these shootings and everything. So, if Discord ever decided to actually, like, look into that stuff and enforce it, my Discord server and everything would get banned. Alright, we got 500 more. Can we squeeze it over here? Now, we'll have a fused Monkey King pet right there from the Wave 25 box. But of course, we want one from the Lichen King bonus wave. Fort power rate, so not very good primitive piece. Not a very good monkey. What you're looking for is all 3 builder stats and an attack rate of 0.33 with as many, or all 3 builder stats, all 3 hero stats with a 0.33 attack rate. I think it's 0.33. Somebody correct me in chat if I'm wrong. With the highest amount of upgrades you can find. So that one right there does not make the cut. None of this gear does. It's all junk. So, bonus wave time. And this is a Lichen King bonus wave. This will be my first win, assuming I win. But this is one I really am going to need to farm. Eat shit, Siren. Okay, you're just waiting here for these ogres. There they come. You're going to get all the ogres marked at the same time because your weapon pierces, and you got to watch for those kobolds. Why did they not throw kobolds? For some reason they didn't throw any kobolds at me. How weird. They normally throw kobolds at you. Like they have in every other wave. And then just keep an eye out for any other ogres. Like we got an ogre coming up there, but it got wrecked. It should be good now. I mean, it's just that ogre pack that is the big challenge. I do. Is Juicy is my named ogre. Alright, we got another ogre. We'll just wreck his face right in. That one's already low from all the wisps. It'll always be active around updates, and then it will drop off in between updates. Just like any other game, really. The player base will come and go with updates. Alright, let's see what our bonus wave loot is. Wow. That's a good piece. It's got one bum passive on it, but wow. That's going right on my sludge launchers right now. I mean, I would prefer to have Fort, and then instead of having the defense damage upgrade, having power on it. But I'll take that bad boy. On the bonus wave, you get one regular and one fused. 0.4. Maybe, is 0.4 the attack cap? Let me look at my other monkeys. I thought it was 0.33. That's a good monkey if it's 0.44. Or if it's 0.4. Did I already throw them all away? Yeah, it is 0.33. Alright, so I wasn't imagining things. So, never mind. Trash tier monkey. I mean, I'll keep it as a starter until I get a better one. But yeah, fused Monkey King wrecks it. I'll show y'all what I'm talking about. If you're going to use a DPS pet, you want to use it on a Squire or a Warden. So let's see. On a Warden with no weapon or offhand equipped, well, let's upgrade it. Kind of a waste, knowing it's a trash monkey, but that's alright. Is that the wrong one? That's the wrong one. This is the right one. Alright, let's upgrade it. It depends on the challenge of the difficulty you're in, dozen marks. Every difficulty has modifiers to your defenses. Some give, some take away. The easiest way to test that is with this button. So you can play around with your stuff in Tavern and hit that button to toggle through the difficulties. Easy all the way through Massacre. The difficulty will only be available to you if you have the tier unlocked. But it'll let you see what different happens with your defenses. Okay, now take it. Remember, this is with no ability. So I don't have a weapon or an offhand equipped to get any ability stats. So 1,318 ability. That's just what I'm getting from rando shit. And check this out. 3 million a whack. 4 million a whack. It scales up. It's going to cap out at 4 million a whack. So 8 million DPS, or over 8 million DPS. But let's let that reset. Wait for the dummy to reset here. I'm guessing that's probably a visual error, dozen marks. One thing that Trendy and Chromatic have not really done great on is with displayed numbers throughout all of their games. There's a lot of little visual errors with them. You know, I'll get messages from people saying in DD2 saying, hey, some dude in town has got 200 billion DPS on a Lightning Strike Aura. Like, no, they don't have 200 billion DPS. It's a visual error. So I'm guessing that's probably the case, but some maps as well, you know, if somebody joins you and then, say, leaves the group, it'll show funky numbers. Anyway, so we were 8 million DPS without being buffed. Now, if we buff ourselves and go up to this dummy, oh yeah, 15. That's what, 40 million? Not quite 40 million. 35, 36 million DPS without having a weapon or an offhand equipped. So if I had a weapon and offhand equipped, that number is going to go up. But the best pet buffs in the game are the Warden's buff and the Squire's buff. Of course, non-rifted, it's not as... It does double damage since it's a fusion pet. But even against non-rifted enemies, it's still doing, what, 7.6 million a whack? Crazy. But over here, it goes up to 15 million a whack. And then, like I said, the best two pet buffs are... Is that the one I had? Oh, wow, that's junk. I've been having that equipped for a long time, I guess. That one's junk, too. Let me give this guy a pat. That one's not great either, but I'll just equip that. And then the Squire, their buff is really, really good as well. Now, this Squire's got a sword, but not an offhand, not a shield. So I do have a little bit of stat there, but not very much. But just looking at the overall stats, 400 vitality, 400 attack, 450 ability. And if we equip that monkey on the Squire, throw up his buff without having any gear, and not quite as good, or actually, yeah, it's better. So, I mean, that makes this pet like a best in slot DPS pet if you want to play an active Squire. The other benefit an active Squire gets is the spinning steel passive, or the spinning steel set. You see I have it on this weapon I'm using. I don't have an offhand with it yet, though. That spinning steel set is ridiculous. Circular Slice unleashes 4 piercing slashes, dealing 100% of the damage to all enemies in a line. I don't have the offhand to show you all what it is, but it makes your little spin move do billions of damage. It depends on what your Tavern is set at. Like I said, it comes down to this button. You gotta make sure you're on the right difficulty here on the button. No, the Rogue doesn't have a self buff. The Rogue's buff is stealth. It's a self stealth. It doesn't affect the pet. Or it doesn't buff the pet. The Monk's buff does, but it's just not anywhere near as good as the Squire or the Warden. The Squire's the best, the Warden's the second, and the Monk would be the third. But, I mean, if you're DPSing on a Monk, you're probably going to need to use a Giraffe anyway, just to stay alive. So having a DPS pet is not going to be a big option for you. Quite beast mode, though. Let me try to get a better one. It's a self buff. It buffs each individual item on the rogue differently. Like, it makes the range on your spin move more. It's not just a raw attack stat buff. The monk's buff, the squire's buff, and the warden's buff is just a raw attack stat buff. And the pet's damage scales off of attack, and that's why it makes it better. Who did we have here? We had Philodancer. Let's try to get a better monkey. I'll do another public one. If anybody's got Massacre unlocked, you have to have Massacre unlocked and have completed Endless Spires on campaign mode to access it. Oh, you know what? Speaking of, I wanted to look at the browser and see how many people were playing. Takes a minute. What's up, Sith Phil? How you doing, man? Takes a minute for the games all to list. There's a few people. If you look at these two maps that are dotted out, the outpost and the keep, the reason those are darked out to me is because I don't have access to those maps. Because they're the outpost and the keep on insane mode. And if we look over to insane mode, I never did the outpost or the keep on insane. That's why those are locked for me. Even though I've done them on Massacre, I've never done them on insane. So if you see maps on the browser that are darkened out, that's why. Because you don't have it unlocked. So if you've completed Massacre campaign, you should have access to Endless Spires. So I'll queue another one up public. I still don't know where it's at. I actually, the very next run there, Sith Phil, I ended up beating it. I didn't expect to win, so I was recording, but I didn't do commentary, but I'm going to upload that tomorrow morning. I still have to go through and edit it. But yeah, feel free to hop on in and join. Come get yourself a Fusion Monkey King. And hopefully I get a Beast Mode Monkey King myself. We will see. You know what? Let me base the range off of this side. Go right here. I normally always base my range off of the other side, but I don't have the same range I have on PC. So my placements are a little different. Go like that. We'll get all trapped up. What kind of beams? Buff beams? I'm not going to go fusion buff beams, if that's what you're asking. I mean, I probably will eventually, because eventually I'll have fusion everything. But that's not a priority for me early game. And I'm still very, very early game, as far as the end game grind goes. I got a lot of grinding to do. Oh, there we go. Somebody got in. Wonder who it is. How do I get over to it? Beastinator. Alright. Beastinator is in. Oh, I just got him, but I don't... Generally, I don't use them on this map. This is not an ideal map for it. You could use them pretty effectively on that other lane, but... I mean, they're good for lanes where you got shots down into the... Clear shots into the mobs, you know? So it's definitely not what to use here. What's going on there, Carl? Welcome, welcome. Get a little safety in. Just in case... Now we'll come up to this side. You know what? I could probably get away with 4 DU here. But I don't really need the extra DU is the thing. I think that was kind of a waste. And we're going to go triple. Just centered on the buff beam as best as you can. And the range of the buff beam is wide enough to hit the other wisps. Little derpy placement on that one, but that's alright. I'll fix it here. I'll only go too wide on that one. And now we got 4. We saved 1 DU on our buff beam that we didn't really need to save, but we got it saved now, so let's just go with a nice little diamond enclosure here to get good coverage on everything. And then, pretty much GG's. I'm going to just spam the upgrades in here. Trying to spread them around a little bit, but not really caring as well. Got 1 left for an upgrade here. And rinse and repeat. Spray down this lane, win the game. Is pretty much what this map's all about. I'll be able to get a militia set for my rogue now too, which is pretty awesome. Now remember, the rogue only needs fort, power, and rate. Doesn't need range. So getting range on your rogue does no good, which means for gearing your rogue, take the trash builder pieces that didn't roll with rage on them, you know? You get it, and you'll be like, oh crap, it's only got fort, power, and rate. Well, that's okay. Throw it on your rogue. And it's all GG's. Of course, 2-player, the mobs will be a little bit healthier, so we'll have to spray those guys down. But as we get some upgrades in, everything will be in great shape. For me personally, militia, but you can use guard or militia. The rogue's hardest hitting device is the Inferno, and militia would buff the Inferno, and then you get the electrocute for free with an Arcanist headpiece. So you'd only want to ever use guard or militia. In my opinion, militia is better. I'm using guard right now because I didn't have access to a militia set. But now that I've got those maps unlocked, I need to farm one up. Fort, power, and rate affect the rogue's devices. So your 3 abilities, you've got the electrocute, the gas noxious device, and then the Inferno or napalm device. Fort affects how long the dot ticks for that you put on them. Rate affects how fast the damage ticks. And then power, of course, affects the power level. Additionally, rate on the rogue will affect your stealth cooldown. So the more rate you have, the faster your stealth will come off a cooldown. But range, however, has no effect on the rogue anywhere. So you never have to worry about the range. The best would be the keep on Massacre Rifted. The second best would be the summit on Massacre Rifted. The third best would be the throne room on Massacre Rifted, etc. It's all about the bosses. The higher difficulty of the boss, the better the weapon. The one from the Demon Lord, in my opinion, is junk. I mean, it's literally the same as any weapon off the ground. But the Goblin Mech weapon is better than the ground weapons. The Keep weapon is better than the Goblin Mech weapon. Or, pardon me, the Ancient Dragon weapon is better than the Goblin Mech weapon. And then the Lichen King weapon is better than the Goblin Mech weapon. So the highest boss that you can do, that's where you want to get your weapon from. Same for every hero. A little diversity there on some of the other heroes, like the EV, or a Huntress if you wanted to specialize into the Phoenix shot. The ability-based weapons, the Goblin Mech weapon is the best one. And remember, too, your weapon only matters for boss fights. The rest of the time, it just doesn't matter. I mean, once you're doing Lichen King bonus waves like this, you're going to need a weapon to kill ogres with. But through the regular maps, it's all about your defenses. So get your defenses decked, and you'll win the game. And remember, too, it's about Rift mode. So just having godly armor, you're going to want to farm fusion godly armor to get your armor sets squared away. And then that is all, the whole Rifted and Fusion thing is all going to be changing in the near future. So keep that in mind as well. So the end game grind, or what the end game grind is going to be different in the future. We don't know what it's going to be yet. So the only way you could prepare for that at this point is to farm a bunch of stuff. I'm showing you the builds I use. Lost in Ease. I'm not decked out with a bunch of different defenses yet. I'm not capable of doing these maps with... I mean, I can go down to easy maps, but that's just a waste of my time, because there's nothing for me to get there. So, I mean, I'll have lots of different builds going, but you gotta let me get the gear first. The game's only been out for a week. You know? Not even a week. It's been out a week for me because I was a Kickstarter backer. But I don't have all the sets to be able to do all this stuff. Yeah, I'm nowhere near powerful enough to meme yet. You want to see some meme builds? When that pre-episode 2 update gets here, I'll be memeing the shit out of it on PC. You better believe that. But on PlayStation, I'm just not strong enough yet. It's a farming game. It's a grinding game. It's not a you got the massacre, you won. I mean, for some people it is. You choose your experience, you know? But if you want to do lots of diversity and lots of stuff and things, you got to farm the loot. None of it gets handed to you. That, and if you want to see that kind of stuff, there's literally thousands of hours of it on my YouTube channel already. So, gotta let me get there on PlayStation. I am just not there yet. Getting closer every day, but not quite there yet. I gotta work on leveling some alts. I've been neglecting that horribly. I haven't put an alt in my deck all day today on stream. I've been playing for 4 hours on this live stream, and I haven't put a alt in my deck in 4 hours. That's just not smart. I gotta get my alts leveled up. I'll always have at least one free spot in my deck that's not fusion gear that I need to worry about to load full of alts. Alright, so we got the base wave. Or the base survival done. For those of you that are interested too, I got no problem with giving people wave 23 unlocks. Particularly if you are a Dungeon Defenders veteran and I'm not ruining your experience. Like if you're playing it on multiple platforms, which I know a lot of you are, just ask me and I'll give you a wave 23 unlock. That way you don't have to grind through that whole survival run. Alright, y'all, so let's take it easy. It's dinner time for me. As soon as I complete this, as soon as this map is over, I don't want to say complete and jinx it. As soon as this map is over, I am having me some spaghetti for dinner. I did carries just yesterday on stream, Dizzy. Right now, you could have joined me right now. What the heck? If only the world was really flat and we had the same time zone, right? Because right now it's like, what, 2 in the morning for you or something, huh? And me, I'm ready for another coffee and just now really waking up. I'll be up for another... Well, I mean, obviously I'm not just waking up, but... I'll be up for another, probably 9 hours at least. There was those cobalt splody boys. I don't know, quick. 4 a.m. in Greece, that's probably why. It's 4 a.m. in Greece, so you have no regional players. You're probably playing with somebody from halfway around the world. Oh, those... I'm pretty biased on Starbucks. Their quality of coffee is really bad. But all that sugary shit they put in there, oh man, that's all yummy. Their base coffee quality is awful. But their sugary additives are delightful. Very, very delightful. It's, it's just after 6 p.m. for me. So it's dinner time. I'm going to have dinner and then watch Obi-Wan. I'll be back on later on tonight, though. Anybody that's still playing, just keep an eye out for me. But I want to watch me some Obi-Wan, no doubt. Let's see what we got. Fort and power, fort range rate. So we got a trash miner piece. We can throw that right in the junk. Got probably one of my best giraffes I've gotten so far. So very nice giraffe there. Oh, damn, man. 371, but no vitality, which instantly removes it from contention. And additionally, it's not at the speed cap, so that would just be a pooper. Fort power range, rate, and range on those, so those are junk too. However, I got the most important accessory in the game, the Djinn disguise. This was so elusive to me on PC when the game first came out. And Aramir would just rub it in, dancing around in his Djinn hat all the time. Well, no, it's going to be the same matchmaking system, and the time... The time you play quick is... There's probably no one playing regionally. You stay up so late. It's 4 in the morning, for God's sakes, and you're playing video games. Go to bed. There's probably nobody awake in your area. It doesn't affect it enough to use it, Googles. The Rogue is a DPS character. Googles. I called you Googles again. Goggles. Don't use it. Just don't do it. I was trying to get you to not do it, but you did it anyway. If you don't have a propeller cat on your Rogue, you just cut your damage output of your Rogue in half. Your pet is not going to put out that kind of damage. Use a prop cat on the Rogue and celebrate success. If you don't want to use a prop cat on the Rogue, then use a giraffe on a treadmill on the Rogue and become an unkillable tank. Why can I not hit the escape menu here? That sign won't stop you. You can't read. Yeah, just don't do it. Just don't do it. It's a waste. I mean, I personally won't use a damaging pet outside of... There we go. All right, sorry, man, but it's dinner time for me, so I'm out. It's not worth using a damaging pet on anything other than a squire or a warden. Any other way, you're just going to lose out. Yeah, the monkey on the squire is a natural fit. It's a beast. Beast, beast, beast. But if you're not on the squire or on the warden, you're not getting a direct hero damage buff. You can use it on the monk too, but on the monk it's just not as good. The buff is not as good. Anyway, y'all, it is spaghetti time over here in Juiceville. So I'm gonna get me a little something to eat. I'll be live again tomorrow. We only got 2 more days of this Juicy May Spectacular, and it will be all over. It is really important. When you get to end game and you're doing fusion gear, you ideally are going to want a militia set, but you can also use a guard set. Anyway, y'all, that is going to get it for me for tonight. So thanks a ton. I'll be live tomorrow. And once again, keep an eye out for a poll that's coming up. I'll probably post a video on it too, just so everybody knows. But I just streamed on YouTube almost every day for a month. I want to know what you guys think, or if I should be streaming on Twitch. I mean, pretty cut and dry. But anyway, that is to come in the future. I'll be live again tomorrow. But thank you all so much. Have a great night. I'll be back online later on, so keep an eye out for me if you're playing on PlayStation. I'll be back to the grind here in a bit. Have a wonderful night, and I will see ya.